Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Schifrin, and I will call the meeting of January 6th, 2026 of the Select Board at 3 p.m. Roll call, please.
Veronica Kell, present.
Valerie Goodrich, present.
And Laura Schifrin, present. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank all of our veterans as well as our military currently serving here and abroad, all of our emergency response people, all of our elected and appointed community members that help this community to be a better place to live, and also their families. The meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Is anyone else recording?
Yep.
Thank you. 1.4, Chairman's additions or deletions. I do not have any. 1.5, review, approve the meeting minutes of 12/18, 25, 12/23, 25, and 11/17, 25. Is there a motion?
Would you like me to make them together or separate?
You can make them together.
Yeah.
Fine. I, Valerie Goodrich, move that we approve the meeting minutes for December 18th, 2025, December 23rd, 2025, and November 17th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay. Any discussion?
They look good this time.
You were fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you. 2.1, I'd like to call our joint meeting to order with the Board of Water Commissioners at 3:02 p.m. Roll call, please.
Veronica Kell, present.
Valerie Goodrich, present.
And Laura Schifrin, present. Is there anybody, are any of the commissioners going to be in the joint meeting? Oh.
And I don't see Todd yet. Todd was supposed to be here.
You can come to the table, both of you.
Okay.
Please.
We have space.
Join us. It's a joint.
We've fit more before, so.
These are nicer chairs.
A little easier in the back.
So Jerry Lynn is here, but really, it's, we have two members. There's not been anybody else appointed, right?
I wish there was.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, once Todd gets on, you can call the joint, but can we go ahead with the presentation?
Right, go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ty and Bond is here. And who would like to speak from Ty and Bond with your presentation?
Obviously unmuted.
I'll introduce myself, but I think my colleague will be running most of the presentation. Hi, my name is Louis Sirocco with Ty and Bond. I'm a vice president here over in the water group, and I'm working with Hassan on a great many projects, and he helps us out on all of our rate studies. Hassan?
Hi, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Doza. I'm a senior project manager here at Ty and Bond. And along with my colleagues, Lou and Joshua, it's been a privilege to manage this rate study on Townsend's behalf. And I'll share my screen and we will walk through our recommendations for the Water Enterprise Fund. Are you all able to see our screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Before we get into that's a town hall, by the way. So the two main goals as we get into our presentation, I wanted to give you the highlights of our recommendation first. The two main goals of our presentation and this rate study was, one, to keep water rates affordable. And as you will see in one of our slides, the new rates with our recommended increase will be less than a penny per gallon. So was very important to us. That's point number one. Point number two, we wanted to keep the Water Enterprise Fund healthy. It means the revenues of the Water Enterprise Fund is sufficient for all of its expenses. And I would like to highlight is that the water fund, the water utility, the department has done a great job in investing into the improvement of the quality of your water, especially PFAS. And that requires a great deal of effort and planning, and the water department did an excellent job of planning through the PFAS water quality improvement. And given these projects, it is important for us going forward to make sure the Water Enterprise Fund is self-sufficient in that it has all the revenues it needs for all its expenses, so the water utility can continue to do these important investments in the future. So with that, let us begin our formal presentation.
Is there a way to make that full screen?
Yes, let me see if I can make that a higher zoom. Give me 1 second, please.
Or go into presentation mode.
Go into presentation mode, yeah.
Let's see.
I think it's under slideshow.
Yep. Let me see.
Yeah, Hassan, if you go to the bottom right.
From
next to
beginning,
the
right?
Zoom.
Yep, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, it's on my
Yeah.
screen.
Thank you.
Is that what you were trying to do?
I'm gonna go to the next slide. How do I change the slides?
White out.
Perfect. After a lot of analysis, our conclusion was that at this time, a 5% rate increase would be most appropriate for fiscal year 27. It includes two items. One, as I mentioned, the important investments into water quality PFAS, and our rate recommendation includes the recovery of the debt service associated with this PFAS water quality investment, which has been an important investment for the water utility. Second, we also did a lot of analysis to find out if there's a way for us to add an additional tier. Currently, the water utility has a single commercial tier, and we're adding a new tier, tier 3, that is expected to generate additional revenues. And the thought process behind this new commercial tier is to have the largest and the highest water users pay for the water. So this new commercial tier expected to generate about 300,000 in additional revenues, is one of the main reasons why the overall rate increase for the average residential customers is very manageable in our view at 5%. So those were the two main items of this rate study. Let me share with you the next level of detail. This bar chart graphically presents our rate increase recommendations, 5% for fiscal year 27, which we are presenting at this meeting. But just to give you some visibility in out years, and these again are projections, we're projecting 3% type inflation type rate increases for 28 and 29. And again, I underscore these two out years are projections just for illustration purposes. The recommendation we are recommending today is going to be for fiscal year 27 at 5%. The most important data point, I would believe, in this chart is the bottom numbers, where you see 8% for fiscal year 26, 15% for fiscal year 27. And the reason it's the most important data point, because that represents the retained earnings or cash that is left over expected at the end of the year. As you can see from this graph, the expected cash at the end of fiscal year 26 is projected to drop below 10%. So one of our goals have been in this rate study, when we talked about the financial self-sufficiency, is to make sure the Water Enterprise Fund has sufficient retained earnings for fiscal year 27. And with this rate increase of 5%, we believe the Water Enterprise Fund will be in a very good position, in a financially healthy position for fiscal year 27.
Is there a recommended best practice for the top end of that cash flow? Like 34% to me seems like a lot.
No, it's actually that I'm glad you asked because I was going to just mention that the best practice is about 3 months of operating expenses as cash, which mathematically turns to about 20 to 25%. So we are actually slightly below that, and we did that again to minimize the rate increase impact for customers. So we're kind of in the borderline to slightly below actually of recommended range.
But the projections indicate 34% in fiscal year 29 and a build out from the fiscal year 28. So
Yes,
that rate increase.
that is again a projection 2 fiscal years out, and that's why I mentioned the out years are for illustration purposes only. But if we go through this path, there is the opportunity for us to build retained earnings. But again, that's something we will have to do a future rate study, and typically we recommend doing a rate study every year. And as we get into fiscal year 28, it will give us more visibility into the out years. So I would say I would put more weight on the fiscal year 27 number and potentially fiscal year 28 as 2 of the benchmarks prior to going out too far out into the out years.
Okay. And then does the water department have a contract with Ty and Bond for a study to be done every year, or is that an on the, a la carte?
That's what if we want it. Now, this 3% is just a projection of, that's inflation. If we do it every year, that could be 2%, it could be 4%, it could be 1%.
Okay.
We won't know that until we get closer to that, and to see actually how much, because a lot of the high-end users, say Dunkin' Donuts, they throw a lot of water on the ground.
Right.
For irrigation. They could cut down that. I expect them to be a little more diligent on their water use. If you ever go to the towns and watch Bailey's every day, watering every day, that I expect that to get mitigated a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll lose a little bit of the projection because people are gonna be a little more tight on.
Taper their usage.
Right.
So the rate study is built into your budget
Yes,
annually?
yes.
It's not a capital expense, it's
No.
part of your budget
Correct.
annually? Okay,
It comes under professional services.
okay.
So since we're doing questions, what is the percent increase for those tier 3 businesses this year? Just curiosity.
They're matching they're matching the tier 3 for every other resident.
Okay.
So there's gonna be no difference from every other resident. We didn't raise when we raised the rates for everyone else, we didn't raise it for all the commercial
Oh, okay. So they're just coming up to the rates of the residents.
to be equal with the residents. The residents shouldn't have to pay for the treatment
Okay,
plant
yep.
when the treatment plant is built for extra water, which is for these high-end users.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, let's continue. We just talked about the commercial tier, but just to put it graphically, the top green bar represents the additional revenues projected to come in from this additional tier. I believe this slide actually captures everything. I do want to spend a minute walking you through in that this slide captures both the expenses, which you see the top portion, and I would focus your attention to fiscal year 27, which is the projected budget for the water department for all of its expenses, operational expenses, about $2 million. And then if we add additional expense in relation to existing debt service and the PFAS expected new debt service that is coming to hit the books in fiscal year 27, the overall expenses for the water enterprise fund will be about $2.3 million.
Could we just ask that
Please.
that slide isn't a part of the presentation documents we were handed, so that could be emailed out? That would be-
Absolutely. We'll be happy to share that with you right after this presentation. Yes,
It's all-
this is, yeah.
Not in that.
It's not
It's not
in
in
here,
Okay.
no.
So the
It's a
one
different
thing that
presentation.
is not accurate is the general fund, that they have it equal at 444. That's what we give for medical and everything. that by the end of 2029 will be over $500,000 that we give the town to pay for the workers. So that's also gonna get mitigated.
Where's that number?
The last line, transfer to general.
Transfer to the general fund. That's what we pay the town for insurances and medical insurance and retirement and everything else. So that's gonna go up.
It's equivalent here. It's not, it doesn't show it going up on.
Right, it should have been going up about 5 or 6% every year because medical insurance is going up about 9% this year.
13
13.
to 17, depending on the,
Right, so that's gonna go, I projected 460 for this year, but it's probably gonna be 470. Now that I hear that number,
could be higher.
so,
So are these numbers correct then? Because they show the same amount
Well,
this
they-
fiscal year 26.
remember I said that
27.
3% is, there's more than enough money to cover it in it. It's gonna be a little smaller. It's not gonna be the 24% or anything. It's probably gonna be about 20.
Yeah, you figure you're shaving off
Right.
about 4%,
Right.
4 to 6%, depending on
But
the.
it's some things that I can't predict that because we don't know the numbers yet.
But it's 15, so if that number is different,
5, 3, and 3
I
are,
guess my question is, does it make a difference in the percent of increase to the
No.
residents?
no, because the only thing that'll change is that on the slide where it says 15, 24, and 34,
Yeah,
it'll probably be more like 12 and maybe 18, 19, 20.
You're conservative with that.
Right. So those numbers will go down,
But there's enough space in there for that to happen.
correct. But 3% is inflation, and I asked to put that as a placeholder, because we want to be honest with people, there is going to be a rate increase every year equal to inflation.
And I just want to underscore in that we're doing a lot of rate studies for a lot of towns within the state, and every town has done a lot of investments in PFAS and other water quality upgrades. So these are challenges and increases every town is dealing with. And we'll share with you your average residential water bill in the next slide, but I just wanted to give you that data point that these are challenges every town is dealing with. And I have to give credit to the water department in that you have managed your PFAS debt investments very well. And we have very good visibility into debt. And not all towns, believe me, have managed the financing of PFAS well. These are very, I would say, thoughtful way to finance this engineering construction of this project. And the water department handled it very, very well. So you have good visibility on your cost of debt from PFAS, which I believe is a significant differentiating factor from other towns who have not had the benefit of projecting these costs well, and they're dealing with significantly more higher rate increases than you are. And this is from experience of rate studies we're doing right now in all the towns across the states. I just wanted to share that feedback with the board.
Great, thank you.
I believe this last slide is the most pertinent slide. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road, sort of the report card. And the number I would point to first is with our expected 5% increase, the average bill for a typical customer in the residential customer will be about $540 per year, which is about $135 per quarter, about $45 a month. So it's very affordable compared to other services. If you think about what other services you're paying $45 a month, water is very affordable, and it's very much in line with median bills across the state. So I just wanted to pause here and take questions because this is something we thought about a lot. And we believe our recommendation kind of presents a very good trade-off for customers and the value we're receiving.
Thought I just got this one.
So
Oh, here it is. It's page 6, where yours is
Right.
page 7 in your And what's been projected is page 7. Page 7 for us is the commercial customer. It's a different presentation.
Just because we're missing that one slide with the budget
Yeah,
thing.
the other one.
Yeah.
Is that the one I gave?
Yeah, so you've
Yeah,
got
this is the
residential.
one you gave.
Yeah. So that,
Yeah, it's just,
Page
it's
6.
6.
It's here.
This is 7. I went to 7, which is the commercial.
Just to help me understand, because I'm a little new here, what is considered the typical residential customer in Townsend? Is that a,
Sure, that's a great question, by the way. This is a question,
or a 3-bedroom house with,
right, that doesn't use irrigation.
doesn't have irrigation, okay? And do you know what percentage of town does have irrigation?
Probably about 20%.
Okay, so 1 in 5 houses
Of water takers.
Right.
of water take
This
is used
doesn't-
irrigation.
And percentage of the town that is on town water?
Was that
Percentage of residences on town water?
Yeah.
What's that percentage?
about 2/3,
2/3.
which will increase it in the next few years.
Just for a residential basin, if I get a call, I'd love to have what the annual water bill for a typical residential customer with irrigation looks like, because that might be a call I might get. You know,
Depending on the neighborhood.
Yeah, but like, you can average it out, but it's good to have, right? I mean, it's something that people advertise when you're selling a house, or when you have, the Red Sox starting off the season, you want to water your lawn, like,
Right.
something people consider, so.
Yeah, so we'd have to identify each house that has irrigation. And we don't have that information,
Okay,
because the building department doesn't tell us when someone's putting irrigation in.
okay. And there's not a different rate for irrigation?
Nope.
Okay,
You use water, whatever you use the water, you pay the bill.
okay,
We don't care where you put it. That's the best way of putting it,
okay,
but your bill is in your own control. If you're watering too much.
Yeah.
It has come up today.
interesting, okay.
I would tell them to call the water department.
They do.
They do.
If they have a question,
Right.
go to the horse's mouth, right?
Right.
Well, I think because some communities will have irrigation meters for their usage, and that's charged at a different rate.
Yeah, usually it's higher.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a premium
The
service.
irrigation meter is usually higher than, but we're only
Domestic
charging
use.
one rate for everything.
But don't we have tiers? Aren't there tiers?
Right, so if you
And
get
so
up to
if you
tier,
use more water.
right,
You could
you
deduce
irrigate,
that you're
use
probably
more.
irrigating.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. No, good data, thank you.
all right, you can go now, sorry.
so that concludes our formal presentation. If there are any questions Time Bond can help answer, please, we're at your service.
Cool, thank you.
Can I ask a question about the commercial, the tier that you're adding?
Yep,
How does that, so what's our page 7, maybe your page 8 do you have another page, Hassan, on your,
No, the additional slide is probably the slide which you don't see. That's the only slide. Additional,
but we have one
There's the
after
commercial.
the one.
oh, the
that-
commercial, yeah,
The commercial rate.
right,
So
yes,
go to the next
Right.
slide and
Yes.
then,
this one.
He only had 7, so.
oh, you only have 7. So the slide that we have here in this presentation. you
so
don't have.
what was your question on that one?
How does this change? Right now, the typical commercial customer is $1,725 per
Correct.
year. And so is it up here? No, that's rates.
See the
That's right.
commercial rate? It's the same exact rate as the residential.
So you expect that it would double? Maybe. I don't know.
About-
I'm looking
about
at the
50%.
636
It's
and
a-
the 1273.
It's only water that goes above tier 2, which is 50 units. And the regular tier for the residents is 20 units. So, are the small businesses gonna see any increase at all? No. It's only that will Sterilite,
Yeah.
their bill is gonna go up about 20%.
Why, 45.1 and up, 50 and up.
Correct.
So it's the tier 3 matches residential tier 3.
Correct.
Why don't we have a tier 4?
That would be, right now, we don't wanna kill the businesses in town. So we're increasing to tier 3, and then we'll
Okay.
look at things later on.
Okay.
You can liken it a little bit to, the assessments and the tax rate.
Not exactly, because we only have one rate for everything here, and there's
Right,
a reason for that.
Right,
that's right.
But, and we
that's
will
kind of the
never,
goal with
because
this.
it doesn't make sense to,
Right.
but water's a little different in my
right.
mind.
So we're adding an extra tier for the commercial. And then if we need anything else, then it's something we can look at in the future.
Mhm.
Okay.
But the average business that it just has an office and they're never getting to 50 units, so they're not gonna get affected. It's just the very high water users that are gonna get affected.
Just referencing the commercial customer slide we have.
Yeah.
Um,
This is the one I got today, so
yeah. The fiscal year 25 was 1725 was your annual water bill. And then fiscal year 26 says 1725. And then if you look at fiscal year 27, it's only a 4.76% increase. Fiscal year 28 is a 2.9% increase. Just wanna, maybe I'm wrong, am I that?
This doesn't consider tier 3. That's, I think, where the issue is. They didn't put tier 3 in
Right.
for FY 27. They only used tier 1 and 2, which is what apparently we
Okay.
so it's.
always
Can we
have.
just get an updated version of this
Well,
along the way,
I'll
once you
have
have
it
a chance? Yeah.
I'll have them change it.
So tier 1 and 2 are pretty much the same.
And like I said, until that actually happens,
Yeah.
we're not gonna know because people are gonna change. It happened with the irrigation, people change the habit.
Yeah,
And so,
Yeah, I mean, using a little less water might probably good for everything, right?
right,
Save a few
And-
bucks and go from there, so.
and what, in the 5% this year, you take away the 3% for inflation, and you're only, by paying for the very small part of the building,
Mhm.
is the whole budget, besides paying for the debt
Yeah,
for the building, only went up 1.3%.
great.
So but 2% for paying for the rest of the building isn't bad. You know, and this is the last one. We were told 3 years ago to raise the rates 18%, we raised them 5%. 2 years ago, they told us to raise them up 15%, we raised it up 5%. Because we didn't know how much money we were getting lawsuit and forgiveness, so I wanted to keep it low. And so that two extra percent helped pay for the building with this one, and we didn't have the skyrocketing, which other towns are gonna have to pay for theirs.
Certainly very fortunate.
Mm.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Thank you to Time Bond representatives. Great presentation. We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn
Adjourn meeting?
our quote-unquote joint meeting.
So we don't have to take any action. This is the select board.
No,
So that, similar to any other
Because we don't
enterprise fund.
approve.
it's
Right.
all
Just
up to
informational.
right, it's all up to the,
Yep, just
The board.
confirming for everybody listening in.
correct.
Lots of people ask me. I always like to say it out loud.
Also good.
I'll take sorry. I've already moved to end the joint meeting. Well, it might have been joint, the Board of Health.
Okay.
Board of Water.
Board of Water. Sorry.
Health is involved in a way, but,
It's just whichever
today.
last one
okay, is there a
Veronica
second?
Cal second.
All right, and that is at 3:30 PM. Hearing no discussion, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Gurich,
And Laura Schiffern, I let the record show.
It wasn't actually joint.
Was not a joint.
No, and that David and Sheridan were here representing. And Ty and Bond. Thank you very much and happy new year to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Uber.
Stay warm out there.
Do you need me to stay for the other things? There's something on the PFAS lawsuit?
The,
No,
That's executive.
There's
No,
4.1.
this is for the bond, correct?
Clean water trust loan and related matters.
Correct. I should stay for that one because
Okay,
there's more to,
that's not executive.
I know you got a letter for it,
Mhm.
but that is only from the state. The federal government will be sending their own letter and it will be reduced even further.
Okay, if you'd like to stay for 4.1.
Because I can
that's
answer some things.
You can do
It
that.
happened last year. The same thing. We
Yeah.
got one for the state, which was 5 million, and it ended up being 9.
Okay.
9 million altogether, because the federal added theirs to it.
Yeah.
And I signed the papers for the loan in August.
Yeah, so we'll have you come back up at 4.1 and go from
Yes.
there. So,
I'll stay for
Okay.
that.
thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you. 3.1, we'll try to get a few things done before the 4 o'clock, which I have to take out of order, so. 3.1, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Robert Thurin as Cemetery and Parks Committee Representative to the Community Preservation Committee effective December 18th, 2025 until June 30th, 2027.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion?
yeah, I guess my concern is, Robert is also a planning board member. So we have a planning board rep appointed now, Lance McNally.
Mhm.
And even though Robert is, a cemetery
Conservation.
and parks, appointment,
Mhm.
he's also a planning board member. So that means that a committee that is supposed to have one planning board member now has 2 planning board members. And I have a concern about that. So, that would be my reason to vote against the appointment. And I understand that we have people that are on more than one committee all over the place in town, to the point where there's just a small number of people that hold all the, all the appointments, elected or appointed otherwise.
Well, I don't think we're looking at 2 people that have a lot of appointments, number 1, and number 2, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
And number 2, I don't have any other volunteer forms to do this, yet these people are
This is an appointment by the board.
correct.
It's by the board itself. It's not an appointment like an at-large appointment. It's a cemetery and parks appointment. It's that board that chooses one of the 3 of them to be on it.
Okay,
So we have a person who is also a planning board member. The committee is to have a planning board member, and we've already appointed that. And also to have a cemetery and parks commissioner. So now we have 2 if this appointment happens, we have 2 planning board members, even though the second person is not representing the planning board, he is still a planning board member. And so what happens when you're making decisions on applications? Are you looking at it, oh, I'm not looking at this from planning board eye, I'm looking at it from the cemetery and parks perspective. I don't trust that will happen.
But would then that apply to the second appointment also?
Yes.
yes.
Which is why I have the same concern
So
on the second appointment.
My question would be is it going to be nearly impossible to actually seat?
I just think we need other people
So
to come forward.
I'm from it's only really a concern if quorum is met.
on the CPC.
Yeah, because other than that, they're just volunteers that are representing their board. So if you had another planning board member, if they were interested in participating, that would be where the stop is. So if you had because otherwise you haven't hit quorum.
I understand that.
So
But still, I just think that there are two other members on the Cemetery and Parks. One of them could be appointed, other than the person who's also a planning board member. So I have a problem with that. I just think that it winds up swaying decisions that are made on the Community Preservation Committee. I'm just voicing my concern, that's all.
it's valid. I think it's hard to find people to volunteer. Right, that's the trouble with every community these days.
And,
I know, and I mean, I've mentioned, and I think I mentioned to someone last year when I ran for this board, like, it would be nice if we could have a limit on appointed boards. You can only serve on 3, so that there's less conflict, but we just don't have the people. If we had more people who volunteered, that'd be possible, but I'm realizing it means we just have even more vacancies.
Where's our friend Jim?
I know.
yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's just a concern I have. And
Very valid.
I think that whenever things are chosen, and I know that once the projects are, I mean, we're still a couple years out till anything's gonna
Well, and
happen
I
like
think,
this.
I think also,
And the
like,
other planning board member will be a different planning board member, perhaps, by that point, but still a planning board member. So instead of having one planning board member, we have one planning board member and a planning board member in disguise as a cemetery and parks person. And that's where it gets funky, and it sways what projects wind up being brought forward to the town meeting for a vote. So I'm just citing my concern, that's all.
Very valid.
Yeah.
no, I mean, I understand where Veronica's coming from, and like I said, I'm looking at this and I don't see anybody that you couldn't say something like that for when we're appointing, right? So I've had to just kind of pick the times where I think there'll be a direct conflict. This one, I mean, I think it's, like I said, I think it's a long way off from any actually thing feasible happening with this.
Just like optically, it's, you know, it really is a matter. It's like you haven't hit the quorum for that board, so you have a volunteer. Sometimes the simplest path forward, noting concerns, is the easiest path forward.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, no.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schiffern, yes. 3.2, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Colby Streeter as at-large member to the Community Preservation Committee effective December 18th, 2025 until June 30th, 2028.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, discussion.
Same concern, but just a little bit different because Colby is a town employee. He happens to be the conservation agent. We don't yet have a conservation commissioner appointed, so it's a little bit different
Yeah, a little grayer.
than the other, but same concern. So that's all.
It may be different, but also, this is, he's being appointed as what? Oh, wait.
At large, so this is our appointment. This
Yeah.
is the select board's appointment.
And I don't think we've gotten any other residents.
No.
Well, we have Kim.
Yep.
Kim, we've already appointed.
Yeah.
And so this
That's
would
at
be our
large.
second at-large. We have 2 at-large appointments on this committee. We, the select board, do.
Okay.
So
And,
I see this one a little differently than the other one. But still a concern because it makes it, so we have a planning board heavy, even though it's a cemetery and parks person in disguise. We have a planning board heavy and conservation heavy board.
I mean, I guess one of my thoughts is they have to have open meetings and to bring up, if anybody sees that trend
Yeah.
happening,
Mhm.
no.
But,
Then not that it
Not-
has to, but.
then it's just, talk or, put in 600 public records requests or try to find open meeting laws, to say that the committee's doing bad things, which is the modus operandi.
So what is
Certainly.
Is there still a vacancy after these appointments?
Their housing hasn't appointed and
Yeah.
conservation hasn't appointed.
Correct.
And I'm not sure Historic District Commission has appointed.
Oh,
I don't
right,
remember
it
that.
was,
So there are still 3
Right.
appointments, to be made.
okay,
Housing Authority will probably try to meet at the end of the month is my guess. 'Cause we
Okay.
Do they have 3 members now?
We
correct?
do.
Yeah.
I have to update that for the next, the 20th meeting to say that they voted to approve Irene Congdon, so it comes to the select board for the appointment.
For
So,
appointment, yeah, okay.
okay.
and I think she may be a good person. I'll touch base with her along the way once we get there, but you never know.
I think she'll be a good person. Any further discussion on this one? No? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Valerie Good, Jess?
Laura Schifrin, yes. Okay, welcome to Colby on that. 3.3, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Kathleen Spofford as alternative member of the Historic District Commission effective December 18th, 2025 until June 30th, 2028.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, discussion. We had the discussion, it's fine, we still have that one alternate is still vacant.
No, we have 2 alternates on it.
This would make it 2.
This will make it 2,
Yes. And then it's a full board.
and then it's a full board. Members and alternates.
Mhm.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, yes?
Laura Schifrin, aye.
Aye, yes, we can't make up our mind today.
I know.
Or make them all the same.
Like an Oreo cookie.
Yes means yes.
Yes.
Okay. 3.4.
We can't do that because we've already appointed 2 at-large members.
Yep. So I think this is a take no action.
Take no action, correct.
So do we need a motion to do that or do we?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to take
I
no
think
action
we did
on 3.4.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye.
I'll work
Thank
with Sabrina to get appointment forms out and such, so we can have the folks sign and go from there. So,
Yeah.
For the CPC.
Okay. 3.5, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Kieran Mean as the interim chief procurement officer, board representative, and hearing officer effective January 6th, 2026.
Veronica Kell, second. And I have a question. What is a board representative?
I too had that question.
I've never seen that
And
anytime
what's
a
we've
hearing
appointed
officer?
anybody.
Yeah, so a board representative, in my experience, would be someone who represents the board at for
Like joint meetings between towns?
perhaps is where my head went, or if you wanted me to be your alternate for a CPC meeting, because it talks about select board members joining.
We don't have a select board member on the CPC. We only have 2 at-large appointments.
Okay, all right. So,
And by the bylaw, select board
yeah,
is
sorry,
not
I
on there?
misspoke on that one. So yeah, there is no select board on CPC.
You don't, I mean,
I would just change the motion. I move that we amend the motion to appoint Kieran Meehan as the chief procurement officer, not the interim chief procurement officer, the chief procurement officer and the hearing officer.
do we know who put the board representative on there?
I will check with my colleague. It may have just been something that was copy and pasted.
I just want to make sure it
Yeah.
wasn't a council necessity.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't
I think
either.
it's been heavy.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
been here when we have
I know.
appointed many
I know, I was just making sure. it was-
Yeah.
and
More than
town
me.
But I also know
administrators,
law
and I have never
changes.
seen that.
It may have been to go chat with another TA in another town, or about STAM, small town administrators groups, or the
You get to do that as
Ad
an
hoc, just no
town
matter what.
administrator. That is your job.
Or represent the board at a school committee meeting? I don't know.
No, you just go.
All right.
You are.
In
I'll
your,
go.
in your position. But what's the hearing officer?
Hearing officer,
legal.
if there needs to be a hearing in town for whatever reason, we need a hearing officer. It's typically the TA, but it has also been, the moderator at times, and I think at one point
The
it
chief?
was the,
I'm not the chief.
no, I want to say the building commissioner, but I could be wrong on that.
I think to check the bylaws. on that, that would be
I didn't
interesting.
know that one.
So, in any event,
Happy to do it.
Nelson was the hearing officer, and so.
Hopefully you don't have to.
Working on that.
I
Were there any
second
hearings?
yours. Change.
Pardon me?
Were there any hearings? If Nelson was a hearing officer, were
I
there
don't
any?
know of any,
Okay.
not since I became
Yeah.
a select board member, but,
Okay.
so.
All right, so the amended motion reads.
Yep, Val seconded it.
Oh, I value to move to appoint Karen Meehan as the chief procurement officer and hearing officer effective January 6, 2026.
And Veronica Cal, I will second the amendment.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Value Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Yeah, Barry?
Thanks, everybody.
Aye, yay.
4.1, and David is
Dave's
still
back.
here. So, 4.1, is there a motion?
I have to read
Now,
the vote of
David
select board.
reads the vote into the select board.
So you want to read all of this?
I was told,
Really?
With
I was.
the last time we had, because if someone wants to summarize what this is, I believe it's because it's related to a bond, and the last time
Yeah,
I was told I had to read the whole thing.
yeah. And
It's just
If
page
she as clerk.
1 and 2.
Okay, she's
It's a
reading it as
rule.
clerk and she signs as clerk.
Yes,
That is
that is
fascinating.
correct.
All right.
That's the way it's always been
Sit
done.
back and have a hot tamale while you're working on that
Yeah.
then.
Dave, if you would like to come to the table while she
Is
reads
this for
this, this is it.
I haven't read this one. But
Well,
there's
she'll
a-
read it. She's gonna be reading the
I
whole.
try to
thing.
be efficient.
Okay,
He's very good.
Okay. I'm gonna put on my reading glasses so I don't pull it too far away.
Good idea.
Vote of select board. I, the clerk of the select board of the town of Townsend, Massachusetts, the town, certify that a meeting of the board held January 6, 2026, of which meeting all members of the board were duly notified and at which a quorum was present. The following vote was passed, all of which appears upon the official record of the board in my custody. Voted, number 1, the town shall issue a
Okay,
bond
can
or
I
bond.
stop you?
Sure.
There needs to be a motion to
For each
adopt
one of
it.
these.
No, but it says voted. Okay, well, I'm just looking at the motion that's in the,
Yeah, so she's gonna read the motion when we vote on it. So should we do that first and
well,
then
that's
have
what
her
I'm
read it?
wondering. It's the order. Do we have her read the whole thing first and then we do the motion? Or do we do the motion and then do the reading?
I'm told, if I understand this correctly, this is first.
Okay, all right.
You can read it and
Continue
then
then.
motion.
I would
Sorry.
do that too, and then if there's discussion. we
Okay.
can-
Yeah,
Before we
okay.
vote it.
So voted, number 1, that the town shall issue a bond or bonds of an aggregate, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5,592,500, the bonds pursuant to chapter 29C and 44 of the general laws of vote of the town passed May 2nd, 2023, Article 10 for planning or construction of drinking water infrastructure of the projects. 2, that the terms of the financing agreement or agreements, and the project regulatory agreement or agreements, each relating to the notes and bonds are hereby approved. 3, that in anticipation of the issuance of the bonds, the treasurer is authorized to issue an interim loan note or notes, the notes, from time to time in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5,592,500. 4, that each bond shall be issued as a single registered security and sold to the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, the trust, at a price determined pursuant to the financing agreement or agreements. 5, that the treasurer is authorized to determine the date, the form, the maximum interest rate, and the principal maturities of each bond and note, and to execute a financing agreement or agreements with the trust with respect to the sale of the bonds and notes, such date, form, and maturities, and the specific interest rate or rates of the bonds and notes to be approved by a majority of the select board and the treasurer as evidenced by their execution of the bonds and notes. 6, that any certificates or documents relating to the bonds and notes, collectively the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original, and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of a signature page to a document by electronic mail in a PDF file or by other electronic transmission shall be as effective as delivery of a manually executed counterpart signature page to such document, and electronic signatures on any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purpose of the documents, and all matters related thereto having the same legal effect as original signatures. 7, that all action taken to date by the town and its officers and agents to carry out the project and its financing, including the execution of any loan commitment or agreement by the treasurer, are hereby ratified, approved, and confirmed. And 8, that the treasurer and the other appropriate town officials are each hereby authorized to take any and all actions necessary or convenient to carry out the provisions of this vote, including execution and delivery of the financing agreement or agreements, and the project regulatory agreement or agreements relating to this project. I further certify that the vote was adopted at a meeting open to the public, that no vote was taken by secret ballot, that a notice stating the place, date, time, and agenda for the meeting, which agenda included the adoption of the above votes, was filed with the town clerk, and a copy thereof posted in a manner conspicuously visible to the public at all hours in or on the municipal building that the office of the town clerk is located, or, if applicable, in accordance with an alternate method of notice prescribed by or approved by the Attorney General, as set forth in 940 CMR 29.03 2B, at least 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays, prior to the time of the meeting, and remain so posted at the time of the meeting, that no deliberations or decision in connection with the sale of the bonds or notes were taken in executive session, and that the official record of the meeting was made available to the public promptly and remains available to the public, all in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18 through 25, as amended. I further certify that the vote has not been amended, supplemented, or revoked and remains ineffective of this date. Dated January 6, 2026, clerk of the select board. There we go.
Great work.
Is that it?
That's it for the moment. Okay. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to adopt the vote prepared by bond counsel and before the vote as read shall be incorporated in full into the minutes of this meeting and signed out of session.
Veronica Kell, second.
Any further discussion? Any comments? Dave, was
Okay,
correct?
so that 5.9 is on the loan of $14.9 million. That's the only part we have to pay for.
Okay.
And then the rest, there's lawsuit money coming in, and hopefully we can pay it off early. If it's just a slow process. We got another check last week for $248,000, which makes
Almost 650.
almost $650 that we have in the bank right now. But to do anything with it, it has to go to town meeting to be able to
Transfer to us.
transfer it, right?
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you, Dave.
Do you know is that coming to special town meeting or are you gonna wait?
No, we're just gonna wait for the right one. It's not, we don't even have to pay anything till July or August.
Okay.
That's the first payment, which is,
Okay.
We'll
It's
sign
coming.
these
So it could
at
be
the
the
end.
annual.
Thank you.
Forget it.
You're welcome.
Is that the sign out of session?
No, but I'll sign it before we,
Oh,
I'll
you
sign.
do?
Yeah.
And what are all the other pages?
Just the whole document.
So
We
I have to sign this one.
You have to sign the motion,
Mm-hmm.
and then we
Then-
have to sign the loan.
This one is all three of us.
Yeah.
Assignment, it just says authorized signature. I mean, I guess we could all sign it.
For the second one, it's the whole select board, I think.
Yeah, well, there's multiple. I'll do the ones.
Okay. Might as well do it while we're here rather than.
But do they have to be, it has to be notarized.
Yeah, it has to be notarized.
We can't do it
So it has to
here.
be with,
Is that what I said?
Harrison.
Yeah.
Sign
All
out of
three
session,
select board members have to sign the loan,
Yeah.
but not the vote.
but not the vote.
So I
But
did
does
sign the
it
vote.
need to be notarized? the
But so
vote?
there's other
It
things.
should be out of good practice.
So there's other things here. Okay, so this one with the town seal should be notarized, so I won't sign that unless assignment for value received, undersigned cells. There's a bunch of pages, so I'm just making sure none of the other ones I need to sign.
You do have to sign them all, but with the notary.
Yeah, I'm just making sure there's none that just are the clerk with regards to the vote. Nope, the rest of them are all for the bond itself, but
Which are in front of the notary?
yeah, there's two places for me for the vote. I think it is just 2 copies, so I'll just sign those 2.
Okay.
So when do we sign and have it notarized? I
Well,
think we have to sign at the same time.
it's
correct?
Tuesday. He may be here. Maybe we can do it a little later on.
He's not here today.
He's not here
Town clerk was
today.
out ill, so.
I
But,
know Jack does notarize too.
yeah, Jack, his
Jack
assistant,
does
yeah,
notary?
he's here till about 5-ish.
Does it have to be clerk?
Just a notary.
Just a notary.
Well, wait, hang on. The town clerk, has to sign on one of these, page 7, I think it is,
And the treasurer?
and the treasurer.
Last time we didn't all sign at the same time, I don't believe.
There
No,
was
but it's
something
just
funky
easier.
with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's just easier. I mean, if he can come up before 5 o'clock, I have a hard, 4 o'clock. Are you here for the 4 o'clock?
I don't know.
are you with the fire?
I am with the
EMS
fire
assessment?
department. I am with the fire department association.
Yes.
Is this regarding the leases?
It is.
Okay, that's 4 o'clock. I was given 4 o'clock to take out of order. So he's here for that.
I can go get Jack afterwards, John, too.
Jack is now listening on Zoom.
Jack,
Someone
how come
called
you're not
him and
chiming
said, you
in?"
better get on.
There he is. I can see him.
Jack, bring your stamp and come up here, please. We'll take a short recess, sign, and
As long as these are originals.
Jack, can you do that now or can you do it at about 4:30?
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I have a microphone.
Yep, we
Yep,
got you.
do.
We got you.
I'm sorry, I just logged in. What is it that you need?
Oh, we need you to notarize our signatures on the bond.
Okay, yep, I'll be right up.
Oh, you can,
Oh, well, you can wait a little bit.
Okay.
You're
Yeah.
okay? Oh, yeah, you can come up then.
Okay. All right, I'll be right up.
Stay in motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
and Kieran, these are all original, good. We can use these pages.
Yeah, that's why they're there with the yellow
Yeah,
things on
prepared
them.
as such. So.
I don't have my license. Is he gonna make me get on my license? I already gave it to him once.
I think we're all set.
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Because we've
We
all
did that
gone in
one,
front of
yeah.
him before.
He'll know.
Unless he has a, whatever, we'll see what he
I'm
says.
an imposter.
I don't, Harrison did it without that. so.
A clone.
Right, that's right.
I don't think anybody who's an impersonator would want to be here.
So it's, this one
They
needs to
would
be,
not want to take our position.
which ones need to be notarized though? Cause there's so many here.
It's the last there's a couple of pages. I think that they all need, okay, so page 2,
Yep.
okay? Page 3, Yeah,
maybe?
Is there a space?
It doesn't say.
I'm not sure about page 3. Page 7, no.
I would just have the pages that notarize that are signature lines.
Yeah, but anything that says town seal
Mm-hmm.
needs to be notarized.
So not 3.
3 is what you read. I think it's the same
This?
thing. Yes. Oh,
But it
that's a
says
different
all
page
3.
3. Yeah, no, I don't think that one. It doesn't say town seal. But I don't know who the authorized signature is on that.
We could just all sign it. Always works.
Are all of our names there?
No, this doesn't say select board.
It just says authorized signature.
I mean, we did authorize also use the rest signature stamp, so.
I think that this is more, for the bank.
Yeah, there's a bank line on that.
Oh, okay. So that's not even us?
That's not us, no.
Okay.
So
So I think
then-
it's just that page.
Thank you,
No,
Jack.
there's at the very
Thanks, Jack.
end, page 7, and there are 2 page 7s. So keep going. I think that
You
one
can even
is,
just sit
there's
down.
one
and
that's
come to you and
yours.
Sign in front of it.
Are those the 2 page 7s?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we just need
Okay.
one of them. It's probably just a double.
No, I would do both, because there are little stickies on both of them, and in my
Yep.
experience, if there are little stickies, you put your signature
So
on
this
it.
is for the bond. For the bond.
Okay.
Is that it?
I think, yeah, and then I signed the clerk's one.
Right.
So, here we go.
You want me to, either way, it doesn't matter. But we'll keep the order.
Just because we're like that.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll save us a trip tomorrow.
It's gonna be a little
Thanks, Jack.
snowy, so keep
Oh,
keep
really?
everyone at home.
I think I could with staying home tomorrow.
See the rest of the
Of
document?
course you can.
And I'll just reassemble it. So this is, we voted on, this is the vote. And then I just had to sign that. And then this is what it's for, the Clean Water Trust. And then this is where it starts the,
So page 3 goes in, so go 1, 2, 3, and I think this is page 3 or 2, whatever. These 7, there's 2 7s.
which might be a
So
duplicate, but
this goes in there somewhere.
goes.
I only signed 3 times. So if there's a duplicate, I didn't sign it, I don't think.
Should I go
Right
to
here.
4 point?
2 is right there.
Okay. Do you mind if I collect this document, look it over, and then follow up with you at the end of the meeting?
Sure.
My log entry?
Sure.
Yeah.
Bring it back up.
I mean, we've all signed in front of you.
Yeah.
And the world.
It might be a little out of order.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take the opportunity to get it in order.
Sure.
Look at how I should label
Yeah.
things.
Okay.
We can put it in order right now if you want.
Do you have it all there?
It's on the SharePoint, so, so the one that says page 2 should go in front of the page 3 that says assignment. Yes, that goes there.
And this
then-
one, we're not signing.
We're not signing
And it
that.
doesn't say to be notarized, so.
And then
Okay.
that's the blank page.
Oh, and that one I'll put at the end, don't worry about that.
And then it's certificates. I have a question now. Look at the certificate. It says drinking water bond. Is that number wrong? 4614?
Well, isn't that what,
717?
isn't that what Dave was just referencing?
Yeah, he was.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, she had this here too, there's another copy.
So we have
of
the
same
drinking
thing.
water bond. There's 2 of them?
Probably just, Just an extra copy.
I don't know,
But
but
it
this is
has
in
a
order.
little, it has the little
Has little
stickies
things on
on
it, so I
it.
think it's
In
sign,
my experience, anything that has
anything
little
that's got those on,
stickies.
sign it. I'm with
Yeah,
Veronica.
This is the same thing.
let's get this document back in order first.
Yeah,
Just to make
so
Jack's
that's-
life
Yeah,
really simple.
so that,
Okay, so we have this, one second. This is there, sorry, Jack.
No problem. So my question is it being notarized or is it being certified by the town clerk? Kind of two distinct things.
I think it's
good
being
question.
notarized, I
I
thought.
thought you were notarizing signatures,
that's what I
second.
thought too.
not certifying a document.
But it does say town seal.
And it does say town clerk.
Right.
Town clerk.
So just to explain the distinction, so if a document's being notarized, that means it usually has a notary certificate, and as a notary, I'm either saying that, this person is who they say they are, who's signing, or
Yeah,
perhaps
yeah.
that they've taken an oath. There's a separate type of document, which, like a bond document usually, which specifically has to be certified by a town clerk, or it can be certified by an assistant town clerk in the absence of a town clerk.
Okay,
So we do
good.
have one.
Okay,
Yes.
so we have you. Okay,
Right, but I just
So-
want to make clear that that's kind of different from notarized.
all right,
So
so
that's-
you're certifying that you saw us sign it.
That's correct.
But I
So
do
can
believe,
that.
because this is bond, it has to be,
it has to be the second of the
Yeah.
two, not notarized.
but
Certified.
Certified.
Okay, so,
From what I can see, it looks like that's what it is.
so we need to come down and do it another time.
no, I think it's okay, because you said you can do it in the absence of the town clerk, correct?
That's right, he's not present at town hall today.
Okay.
Right.
So let's
Okay,
let's
making
get
sure
this
we're all
done.
good.
All right, so to get these in the page where it is, do you have them in the right location?
1 second. This one, I put this one here. Sorry.
So usually with a bond document like this, the treasurer signs first and then the clerk certifies after all of those are completed.
Oh, well, we just did it without the treasurer, because she is not here. Is she here?
I can text her.
Yeah, text
I'm
her,
not sure.
tell her to come up here.
Who's that?
Melissa?
Melissa? Is supposed to sign that too?
It's just 4:07. Maybe she's still here. Because that would be nice, because then it would be all done.
Is this page part of this document?
No, so
No,
this
it's
is a second copy. I don't know why I would have a second
It's
copy of
in
that.
here, no, it's part of this. Vote of the select board. It
Twice?
comes, yes, it comes
Okay.
before
Down
the
there and get it
page.
too, while this is being worked.
It goes here,
At the very end.
at the very end. So those two pages are before this.
Yep, so this would be right here. Okay,
Yes.
so therefore those go
And I
here.
think those are the two that Melissa has to change,
Here.
sign.
And then that.
Yes, that is it.
Voila. Thank you, Jack.
Of course. So I can bring this down to Melissa and then complete the process.
I think
If
that,
she's,
yeah,
Karen just went down to get her.
so and then.
So do we have
that
to
will be
sign the
done.
second one?
I think that's just, I don't think we have to sign a whole another set of them.
Let's ask Melissa, because she should know. She's the one that supplied the document, if she's coming.
So, Veronica, am I supposed to have the leases to sign?
One was ready and one was not.
They aren't ready to sign yet, really. We need to have a discussion with,
The gentleman who's here?
yeah,
Okay.
because
I have no documents for 5.2.
they should be in SharePoint. I had sent them,
Oh, yes, you did.
I had sent them last week
Yeah.
and they didn't get in, and so I put them
I
in
saw
last night.
them, I saw the leases.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were in there.
I reviewed
last
them. Sorry, are we moving on?
night. So we should wait for Karen.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to get the town
No.
seal.
She left like a minute ago.
Oh, no.
And the folks down there in her office, like, she just left. I sent her a text, but
It wasn't in the parking lot.
Okay, all right, well,
That's it.
So I believe you don't have to be present for it to be completed.
Okay.
We can get
Okay.
the treasurer's signature and then the
And if
clerk's
you need
signature
it.
and apply the town seal.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
you'll let
if
us
we do
know.
need us, let us know. And, well,
Go from there.
Come back.
Yeah.
You'd like
Yeah.
the clerk to hold this in the meantime?
Yeah, perfect. That's what we've done in the
That's probably
past.
cleanest, because if they come by and see individual times, that makes it streamlined that way.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jack.
Okay, so let's go to, out of order now, if it pleases the board, to 5.3 as, I'm sorry, I don't have
David
any.
Stevens.
Oh, yes, I've met you before. David, thank you for coming and for waiting, being so accommodating. Veronica?
We have the leases for the, Old Harbor Fire Station and the Old Central.
Mhm.
And they're with your organization. So before we signed them, we wanted to run them by you.
Right, I haven't even seen them.
You haven't received them.
I haven't seen them.
Seen them.
I had no intentions on signing anything tonight.
No, you shouldn't sign tonight. You should review
Yeah.
it and we
Yeah.
should have a discussion. That was what I
Karen's
wanted to
gonna make
have.
Yeah, I'll
Copies
print
for
out
him.
copies for you.
Awesome. Thanks.
So I asked them to go through the general lease terms.
Mhm.
So should I go ahead and read these? It's a
The summary.
brief the summary, the general lease terms. It's a 50-year lease with the Townsend Fire. You can see it right here. I don't know if I can make it bigger.
That's good.
With fire EMS relief from January 2025. So from last year. The rent is $1 annually. It's tough. In the lease, it says payable on the 15th of January, I think, and it's, so you would pay
Each year.
$2 this year to make up, that's a
Okay.
retroactive dollar payment. Use of the premises is for fire museum only. Tenant to pay all utilities. Tenant to make all repairs. No subletting without town approval. And lease renewal needs town meeting, approval if the renewal is more than 30 years. So in 50 years, when we are all here.
We'll have a party.
But the lease itself, there's a lot of legalese in it.
Mhm.
So you definitely want to
All
look
right.
at it and read through it. Given that it's a 50-year lease, we have to make sure that the town is protected as
Right.
well as the Fire EMS Association. So, so
And
this
this
is
was
just the
approved
one.
at town
This
meeting,
has already been approved.
Correct.
at town meeting.
The 50-year
Your
lease
lease.
has been approved.
It
That
just
was
was
it.
never executed.
Correct. Nobody put it on paper.
So anyway, so there you have it.
Mhm.
And the lease itself, Karen's getting you a copy.
Are they individual?
Are there two?
There are two
two
separate ones.
leases, and they both have the same stipulations.
They are-
Same summary.
They should be exactly the same.
They look virtually identical to me, just with a different address.
The proposals, the responses to the RFP,
Mhm.
or whatever the terms are, that your organization turned in were pretty much exactly the same, but with the different addresses.
I was just curious if it was two leases or one lease.
But it is
Two.
two leases. Yeah. So we're waiting for Karen.
And then, other than that, what would be the next step?
I think that it would be good if you reviewed it offline with
Mhm.
your organization, whoever your board is.
Right.
And then maybe, talk to Kieran. Let's wait for him to come in to see if he has other thoughts on this, but these are my thoughts. Then talk to Kieran about it, get the lease settled, and then we'll have,
We'll come back to another meeting and signing.
hopefully on the
Maybe the
20th.
20th,
Yeah,
January 20th is our next meeting.
so
Okay.
that, at
Not
least
board is
for the
good
old
too.
harbor,
Mhm.
since it's
Mhm.
already operational, to keep it going.
Yeah,
So that's my thought anyway. So,
There's a couple things here, like deed books and pages that are missing, that
On which one?
8 Elm Street.
Oh, Central. That's Central, yeah. That one's not as, that. I think that Nelson took the one that Joe, the town council, wrote, and he modified it, and he probably didn't look up the book and page.
Who modified it?
Nelson. He
Why?
Just with the address, the different,
For
he took the
the,
one and copied it for the other.
correct,
So he took the one that was already done and just copied it for,
for the second fire
What, not the
station.
book and page?
Well, you have to, it's a different book, and he has to look that up on the assessors.
Why, were they both together before?
no, there
No, no,
wasn't
no, they're both intended to be separate.
Okay,
But the only one that was in progress was the old harbor, because that's the one that's currently being renovated. I don't know what your schedule is for the old Central.
Nothing right now.
Nothing right now, right, so it's not as imperative. So anyway, what Nelson did was it kept the terms exactly the same because the response was
Those are
exactly.
the ones from the SharePoint file, so those are the draft versions for your review.
Do they have colors in them?
They, what?
Do they have colors?
They do, like one of them has like the highlights where there was terms edited.
Let me see. Yes, perfect. So it has comments in it
Yeah.
and all of that good stuff. So this is 8 Elm, that's the harbor. So the question
For the
is
deed.
next steps
I think they would review it, come back with the proposed changes.
to you.
To me, I would amend the document, share with you guys, and have town council review, make sure book and page are in there, correct
For the
terms and
second
conditions.
one, yeah.
Because everything's, checked based on title and deed, and make sure it's,
you think
Right
by
terms.
January 20th?
because I have another call with town council, so hopefully if you guys need like a week to get back to
At
us.
least a week.
Yeah.
Our meeting for tonight was canceled. right?
Okay,
Because of
The
the snow.
weather.
Pending snow?
yeah, so maybe this time, next Tuesday, if that works for you. Fingers crossed. I won't hold you to it. I'll give you till Wednesday.
Did you give him the one pager,
The summary terms, I did not, but I can.
can
She
you?
just read them. It's
You
just enough
I
on
read
this one.
them.
Yeah, it's like 5
The short
lines.
thing.
Just
Five
because
lines.
I read them, though, I want the board to
Yeah.
receive it.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
So those were the 3 things that we have, the summary page and then the 2 leases. The hours of operation in the lease, I can see where there's a benefit to that, for the neighborhood. So it's 7 AM to 7 PM for operation of the museum,
Right,
but you have use all the time.
right. We're not anticipating running anything after that.
Well, what if the Boy Scouts want to have a sleepover or the?
Have you been there?
It's not gonna be there.
No,
There's not any
much
room.
Maybe you could
But
look at the church.
maybe, maybe here, I mean, this one is a bigger building.
Right,
So, I don't know, but he had put these hours of operation in, and,
He being,
Joe Rentala, the council, who does the lease stuff for,
I would think if we're gonna have something after 7 PM, then, you would be aware of it anyways.
right,
It might be a special one night,
Event.
movie night or something silly like that, but
cocktail party.
not on town property.
Right, true.
special permit for that, 1 day
That's
license.
right.
We haven't
Those
processed.
days are already gone.
I had a question for the board before I share with the gentleman. So looking at the 50-year lease, it was originally 2025. Is that intended to be January 2026?
No, it is from January 2025.
yeah, because it should have been signed
Right,
last
Last
year.
January.
year,
goes
Yeah.
to 75,
Okay, all right.
yeah, so,
because this was voted on last year.
it
Yeah.
was voted in
2024.
So
24.
we've already explained that they only.
May
Yeah.
2024.
Right.
Right.
Like
They
April.
have to pay retro
May.
for last year.
That's
Yeah.
at annual town.
I'll get
special town meeting.
That might
Make
throw
sure.
us off.
Anyway, so.
I just wanted to make sure, because I saw the type, like the little line on Microsoft Word was like, is this right? So I was like, I better just
Yeah,
make sure.
no.
Yeah, no.
Especially this time of year.
So I mean,
Everybody
technically,
forgets.
we don't all have to come back. You guys could sign it and then we can sign it at our next meeting.
That is correct.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
just work out the terms with the
Mhm.
TA.
Yeah.
Unless you wanna come.
Yeah, you're
It's not
welcome.
snowing.
You're more than welcome.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that's
Thank you,
it.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
have a
you.
great day.
Coming by.
Have a good night.
Okay, so we're going back to 4.2. And Karen, I guess I'm gonna give this one to you.
Yeah, so just to sort of set the table, the West Townsend Reading Room is a little bit older building that's used for some rental things in town. You know, you could have a fantasy football draft there if you wanted to, and you paid the town, and you could sit there and use the chairs and such. For a long time, the Seventh-day Adventist Church has been using the space as well. And recently, I was informed that the septic system doesn't really work during the colder months. In general, it needs some pretty heavy exploratory work to the tune of about $5,500. Having toured the building recently, you can see that there's some seasonal critters in there. There's some deterioration of the building. And in general, there's some questions in regards to whose inventories is whose in that space. Sabrina categorized some of the inventory. We also advertise specific types of inventory available there. And there's some questions coming from our Seventh-day Adventist church friends in terms of which is theirs and which is ours. So we do need to get to the bottom of that in terms of who's responsible for what. So it's really a matter of, as a board, how do you want me to go? We do have a space in there that is it's a locked room that the town does not have access to. And we believe that might be our church SDA friends. I'll use that acronym to describe that group. The SDA might be the ones who's put the lock on that room. And that leaves me a little concerned because I don't really know what's in there as a representative of you guys and the residents.
Access to that. There should not be an organization having a locked room in a town building.
Yeah.
That we don't have access to.
Right.
Yeah. It's also not lost on me that there is a gas stove in there, and just the landlord person in me worries about management of gas stoves, and if it gets left on accidentally,
That before.
Some stuff is in the policy as far as what we provide.
It is, yeah. So the takeaway I had thinking was we should really have the church identify their inventory and pull it out when they're not using the space.
Yeah.
It's not a storage locker. I'm not trying to be crude, but that's sort of what it kind of looks like right now. And then we ought to categorize our items, and if there's anything of historic significance, we ought to bring it out of there and share it with our historic friends.
Mm-hmm.
So they
Especially because it doesn't sound like it's a place that it could necessarily be stored.
It could be stored, it's dry, but you have mice and critters, that might be eating books in there that might have importance. I don't know. I'm not a historian.
I don't remember. We used to rent it for the land trust for our annual meetings in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
The
annually.
Townsend Women's Club had meetings there.
Yeah, and there were always tables and chairs and.
Yeah, there's about 5 fold-out tables of varying sizes. There's 4 that are pretty long ones I think are town owned. There's a couple shorter ones, like 6-foot ones, and the other ones are your 8-foot standard fold-out table.
Mm-hmm.
So-
they're good.
I know we voted to close it for the winter
Yeah.
previously.
And that's because it's septic.
With septic. Would the septic even pass L5? No.
Our facilities group has told me he's asking for a capital item to help understand the septic.
But not to fix it, just understand it.
Yeah, exploratory work from the organization that installed it originally, who's a local family. I think it's the Arrow Septic Group.
Yeah, so nothing down in the Board of Health for plans?
There should be plans.
There are facilities. There are not plans, but I don't want to be quoted on that because I don't think it was a quick off the cuff conversation with our facilities group in terms of what the status of that septic is. And
so if the septic is out of compliance, what's our liability for renting it when people are using?
You can't.
exactly. Well, so we're saying we rent it the rest of the year.
No, you can't.
Well, right now, we just closed it for the winter.
Correct.
We did,
So if that septic is not up to compliance, we can't rent it
can't rent it,
Yeah.
right?
the whole year.
Yeah, because it looks like there's a tree, a significant tree
Root ball.
the root ball's grown into the distribution box area is the assumption, but we would have to pay and have some capital work done to investigate that. And understand how to repair a leach field, how to repair a tank if it's cracked, and go from
Can we
there.
sell the building?
You
What is
know,
the history of the building? How did we get the building?
I don't know the history,
It's
but
not a
I'm gonna,
historic building.
you know, I could dig in and find out a little more.
I think you should dig it and find out more.
Okay,
Yeah.
We don't have any money to spend on the building.
yeah.
Correct.
And
We
I,
don't get
Assessor's
enough rent.
office should be able to tell you.
yeah, we can pull an assessor's record on it. You know, I kind of, again, very generally asked the facilities, you know, what do you need to get that building up to snuff? He's like, windows, siding, get the whole nine
We have
yards.
done work on that there was, Norman tube
Wiring,
wiring, and I thought that got changed through one of the, grants that we get through the, energy committee. I thought,
Oh, maybe.
this was several years ago. I'm pretty sure we did work there.
Mhm.
It was part of that
So-
grant.
That
we
wasn't
need-
mentioned to me, but.
Will this board need to vote to not open it for leases for the foreseeable future?
Not today. I think
Because right
we're
now we
closed
said
right now
donations.
through the winter.
Yeah.
So let's do a little investigation.
Yeah, and I think my takeaway, and at first this was gonna be a voting topic, but I think it's, you know, what do you guys want to have happen by, say, March 1st? My recommendation would be that I'll work with the SDA folks to say, get your stuff out.
Yes. Get everything
Just for safety and
out.
security,
Yeah.
we don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's just fold out chairs, take your items, and then the rest is ours. We'll figure out how to triage it, and then decide a plan for the
Has the
space.
stove been disconnected?
No, I think it was still connected as of
Yeah,
yesterday.
I think you need to disconnect it.
Okay.
What about keys to the building? I know that 5 years ago, there were several people in town who had keys to the building. But it was not necessarily just in this office.
I would believe that statement to still be true.
I can probably name some people.
Well, the key should be returned until further notice.
I would almost say
Or locks
you
changed.
rekey the lock and put a number on there that's given out to a number is unique to people, and you can,
Right,
whoever says I can't get in, then we know that they previously had access.
yeah, that's exactly what I would
Okay.
do.
Yeah.
So,
So my takeaway is I'll reach out to SDA, say, you know, if your guys okay, I'll say you have until March 1st to get your items out. Please
we
tell us what
agree
you're
that
taking out.
yeah, we need an inventory of I know that there's an inventory in
Yeah, I
there.
saw the inventory list and.
There have been, this says there were folding chairs. There used to be,
There are some in a far back room, there's wooden ones that,
but there were also, wooden chairs that were not folding chairs.
yeah, there's chairs like these that were stashed over there recently.
Wow, there's a lot. I haven't been in there in an easy 10 years,
Yeah.
Me neither.
easy,
yeah.
maybe 20. But I know before there were those wooden chairs with arms.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, now it's like more like, ones you'd see at a conference center, all along one of the walls there. There's some very beautiful old pictures and again,
Right.
books and desks that might be something the historic folks,
They should probably get involved with it when you need them to.
to come and, you know, move along, and maybe facilities could help them move those large
Okay.
things. There's a large desk in there. There's
So-
also trash,
yeah.
so.
Maybe get, SDA
Mhm.
to inventory what is theirs
Yeah.
and move it somewhere else.
We have an inventory, but this may not be anything of theirs because they have a storage area locked.
Yeah,
Wow.
and there's a rumor that they feel that some of the chairs could be theirs, and we feel they could be ours, so that's what we sort of get to the bottom of,
Mhm.
having just worked, you know, last few days and been over there yesterday, so.
And then get the building rekeyed
Mhm.
once they have their things out.
Yeah,
We're
or
closed
on March
until,
1st, it's
Yeah,
rekeyed.
I'm sort of like that. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but I think it's for safety and security.
Yeah.
And it's a building that you don't want a septic to rupture and then you really ruin the building or you ruin
Or
a neighbor's
burn.
lot
Or burn.
or a fire happens.
Or
in
we're
the building.
leasing it out a building that we're responsible liably for that doesn't have a functioning septic system.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'll take those
Okay.
marching orders and
Okay.
try to provide an update next meeting, but probably the meeting after will probably be more realistic.
That'll
So,
work.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And please get us how we got the building,
oh yeah, the history of,
the history, the
General overview.
legal
Yeah.
description.
Yeah.
Or title search
Mhm.
on that.
The other thing you had mentioned, the facilities was gonna go for a capital project. This is maybe a subject for our next meeting.
Mhm.
We need someone appointed to capital planning.
Mhm.
It was on some agenda that I saw, but it isn't on this one.
Yeah.
And we
But
need
you're
to do
on that
that.
now, right?
But we just got the information, it was appointed for too long,
I was appointed for too long.
as was the FinCom.
Yeah, so
So the appointments
FinCom,
are for one,
right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
FinCom has reappointed, but
Capital planning?
to capital planning, but we haven't. And capital planning has to have a plan turned in for budgeting by the 1st of March. Or maybe it's the 4th, it's 2 months prior to
Right.
Can
town
we
meeting.
put you on for January 20th to appoint you through April 27th? Excuse me, 26th?
We can put that
Why
on.
not?
I'm just saying we need to do something about that.
Okay.
And capital planning needs to start meeting.
Yeah.
They do.
So, and I have no idea what's happening.
There are some capital requests.
But will you
That were
do
part
it?
of the budget coming in.
Will you do it for this year?
I could. I don't want to chair it, but yeah, I could do it.
Mhm.
But let's get this on
Offline,
the
so,
agenda.
yeah.
I just wanted to bring it up that it's an agenda item.
Yeah.
For the next meeting.
Something you can talk more earnestly about at the
Right.
next meeting.
Okay, so that will be put on January 20th to appoint someone to capital planning.
Mhm.
And if there are people already on capital planning, we should maybe get capital planning meeting
Yeah.
prior. I don't know. Anyway.
Who else appoints to that? Well, isn't it?
finance.
Finance, planning board has a capital planning, select board has a capital planning, and then there are, I think, four.
From the
Right.
moderator?
4 appointed by the moderator at large. And I don't know who those appointments are right now. Are you on the town website? Let's see who's on
Karen,
capital
can you
planning.
check with John Barry
Mhm.
for his appointments? So that hopefully they can meet before the end of this month, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is, I just go off the rail here on.
Nope, that was 4.2. We're on 4.3, which is
Yes.
review and discuss budget
Budget.
status. I can give you the department heads have all but a couple have sent me their budgets, and segueing a bit into today's staff meeting, I did say, hey, I need those by Thursday at the latest. One group was meeting as a trustee organization. Our library folks are meeting tomorrow, and then they'll have the budget to me first thing Friday.
Okay,
So it does sound like
you should have them all by Friday.
yeah, and I'll put them in the shared drive. Land use, I'm gonna do that as they don't have a department head now, so I'm gonna work with our
Right.
colleagues there, Beth and Colby there.
Mhm.
Libraries meeting tomorrow, and assessors said I'd have it first thing tomorrow. So I believe that should close out the loop in terms of where we're at.
Okay.
I have police, he was working on a couple details, but he should have it to me shortly. I can't remember if I have one from fire yet, but I'll follow up with those folks to sort of see where they're at. Introduce myself as well too. So,
Okay,
and then I've asked the finance committee to join their next meeting. I'm just waiting back for a date. I haven't heard when the next meeting is. And Sabrina, I think, followed up with them today too.
I
and
think
did they confirm the joint meeting dates?
That's why
Part of
Kieran
that,
and I are
yeah.
gonna go to the next meeting.
Yeah.
There's some confusion about that just needs clarification. I think by the liaison and the TA being there will be helpful.
Yeah.
Just clarification of the process, what's written down, what we have in our charter and by policy is
They're not
having to
following.
happen.
Yeah.
And just, so everybody's clear on
Okay.
timelines and roles and.
Yeah. And I'd like to work with them. I
Roles
think that's
in
such a,
particular.
it's a valuable group, so let's try to
Yeah,
figure out how we can
Exactly.
get to some meeting of the minds.
So I think hopefully by coming all together, then we can get it set for February.
I watched their last meeting.
Yeah.
And, the 13th, Tuesday the 13th, so next week from today. And then 2 weeks from today, the 20th, which is our next meeting as well. Are the 2 dates that I had
Okay,
from what they did at the end of the meeting,
yeah.
so.
Add the 13th.
are you saying they confirmed joint meetings?
Well, they said it.
No,
No, they have not yet.
They have not.
Oh.
They didn't seem, well, you can
Okay.
watch their meeting, they didn't seem to think there was a need. That's what it said.
Well,
We'll
I'll visit and
have
learn more.
to, go back to the charter and
The budget.
bylaws and
Anyway, all right,
let them know
so,
that they're advisory. 4.4.
Correct.
Um,
This was basically you guys, as select board, you're able to allocate funds that were received from ARPA. And the designation was general government salaries. And that's sort of your framework for how you decide you want to allocate said funds.
and there were, at the meeting with the auditors and the FinCom back in January,
last year?
June, not January, June. I see the J vowel N in my head. June of this past year, we had the meeting with the auditors, and that was the funds that had been allocated to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Mhm.
And because there was no subrecipient agreement in place when the audit was done in March, I guess it was, and there was no way we were gonna do a subrecipient agreement with a whole different board of selectmen and et cetera. And when we did attempt to do a subrecipient agreement 2 years ago, we were told it wasn't necessary.
Right.
But things had to be allocated by the end of December. Because those funds hadn't been allocated, I think we were the only two on the board,
Yeah.
that we reallocated it to general government salaries. And then there was a question of whether or not it could be used.
Which is why we didn't use it last year,
That is correct.
because we got, I believe the accountant and town administrator and legal all said no, until further clarification.
Yeah, they were unsure. It was,
They were
Yes.
unsure,
Yeah.
but because it was reported to the Treasury as general government salaries, the funds are there, and they can be spent.
for
this
general
year.
government salaries.
I asked for a clarification on that. You guys saw the emails.
Yep.
So in any event, you might not have seen every single one, but
Whatever's in SharePoint.
whatever's in SharePoint you have. So anyway, it's 93K because the Housing Trust did use some of those funds.
Mhm.
So it's roughly 93K. And that can be used for general government salaries. It has to be expended by December of 2026.
Mhm.
So we need to think about how that can be used. In my mind, possible uses are to make non-union employees who took a pay cut for FY26 to make them whole. Anything that is allocated does not become part of the budget because it's ARPA funds and you cannot reflect that in your budget.
Right.
So even if we were to make, like the library, to give them the 2% and get them on the scale, get people that were on the scale back on the scale. If we were to do so that we only have one scale working within town, even if we were to do that, because it's not part of the it wouldn't be reflected in the FY '27 budget, because what the FY '26 budget shows
It's not that.
is not that. So it would.
One-time funds.
Yes, they're one-time funds. So it would, throw things off a little bit for the FY '27, so we have to think about that. Another option is we're down a police officer, just in general. There's other, but we didn't hire a police officer at the beginning of FY '26 that we were gonna hire. We can talk about that more later. I don't know, we could increase salary for cleaning, for example, for building cleaning. We could, because we cut back those hours, we could put those hours back in. So things that were already in existence for FY '26, we could,
And we do have human resources through the end of the year.
we have it through the end of the year? I could only confirm through the end of the fiscal year, through the end of FY '26. I was not able to confirm through December of '26, which is only another half
That was
fiscal.
mentioned?
Pardon me?
Why do I think it was mentioned in one of the meetings?
That
for
was
December.
what we had wanted to do, but we didn't. Because the funds were needed, to pay for trash last year, essentially, is what we used that money for, December of '24.
Yeah.
We took the all remaining ARPA funds, went to, trash.
That's before me.
It was before you, yes, it was.
You can use them for
It was
retroactive.
before
payments.
us as well.
Retroactive to,
Police, I believe,
Police.
to offset that.
We
because
could,
they're out of contract, I guess.
and we could do it for library.
And they may not need that now.
So, well, we'll talk about that, but,
So, I don't think we're in a position to disperse at this meeting.
no, but it
Maybe we
would be
think
good to
about
think
it.
about it.
Yeah.
And,
I think we need dollar amounts, so I can
Yeah.
see if I can work on
93,000.
like one of your suggestions, not that number, but 93,000, not the, one of your suggestions was to make the non-union whole. What would that number be?
Right.
Okay, so I wanna know that before anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think for library, it's like 13.
yeah, it's not huge.
not a lot.
It's not huge.
And all those,
So, but it,
Well, they're not the only
when
ones though.
we
Yeah.
could
That's
extend
definitely
human resources through December of 2026. What would that number be?
Yeah,
We could, you could talk to the chief and see if we did hire the, police officer that we didn't hire. What would that be? There are, things like that.
So
we'll have
making,
it as a discussion item on the next agenda,
Yeah,
again.
and just to make sure I understand it correctly, so making non-union whole, such as like libraries, a few other staff members, it's
Yeah.
basically a one-time payment to make up for the delta that you lost when the town pulled it back.
that's correct.
Okay, so
But
Two plus two, everybody else, the union got it,
right,
okay? The non-union didn't.
which is, there's a couple people in here, a couple in Parks and Cemeteries, but that was retroactive from Parks and Cemeteries. They took,
They took care of it.
They
Yeah.
took care of it, so
So, I mean,
that's
be
not
Right.
part of the deal.
the library's 14. That's all that,
14,000,
I think, and Stacy clarified, but that's what it seems like.
okay,
Yeah, so,
then I'll,
so it would be for salary for human resources for another
Mhm.
6 months. We could look at police. We could, basically it's anything.
like I was
We could look
previously.
at, Sabrina, because she took
Yeah,
a pay cut.
She did.
She didn't get her staff.
Melissa
info.
also
mean,
had an MOU,
non-union.
the
We
treasurer.
gave her-
Yeah, so like I was previously your housing and grant administrator, not a union person. And I'll throw
Right,
myself
yeah.
under the bus. So like, would you be trying to give that role the payback that was, again, if I was making $1 every paycheck and then with a 2% raise, I was making $1.02. There's been 6 or 7 pay cycles since then, so
You
that
have to
means,
still be working here,
but that's
in
an
that-
important detail.
in that position,
But
Okay.
he
okay?
is.
because,
Right.
you know, we had somebody else also take
Mhm.
that's not here anymore,
Right.
okay? So
Yeah, no, you have to be working.
you have to be working
Yeah,
in
it's an
in
important,
that position.
yeah,
And still here.
Yeah, exactly.
That goes, believe, in my mind, that goes without saying.
Yeah.
You know, we're trying to
but
be
like, these are the
good
things
to
that
the
like.
people that are
they-
still
they-
here.
To really be,
Yeah.
make it very
so-
black and white about
Yeah.
who's eligible, who's not eligible for
If you're
everyone.
not here, you're not eligible.
I agree with that.
But if you want to come back with some ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And okay, I don't want to go off topic again. This was all on the ARPA funds, what to do with it, okay?
Yep.
I have other comments, but it doesn't come under this, so, if we're good to go on to 4.5?
Mhm. Yeah, this is, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because we're not taking a motion on
No.
on
Yeah.
ARPA. And 4.5 is the discuss public records policy and fee waiver.
Yeah, this was one that I had brought before me by a staff member who was working on a public records policy, RAO request, I guess is the best way to phrase it. And the fee waiver had been waived, so they were working, diligently to satisfy the requests. And
Who waived the fee?
our RAO officer waived the fee as they're currently, as the policy is described, eligible to do so. So, I think it was something to satisfy the requester. I guess my question as your town administrator and as an employee of the building, like understanding, what's credible, like what justifies a fee waiver and how we collect fees and such. And if there's some criteria, we should work with our RAO folks to better understand that and see, what's eligible and what's not.
How did we not discuss that when we were doing the policy?
I
We did the
thought that
policy
if it
for
was
fee.
more than if the person who needed to satisfy the request was spending more than 2 hours of time,
Mhm.
that there would be not a waiver, a fee put in
Yeah.
place,
Correct.
requested of the person making the public records request,
Mhm.
because at least we have been, our staff here in town hall and other buildings
Mhm.
has been spending a lot of time
A lot of
Yeah.
times.
fulfilling massive public records requests.
Yeah.
And if it takes
At the
them,
cost of the taxpayers, because they're not getting anything for their dollar.
in a lot of cases, it takes time investigating because it's things from many years ago.
Yeah.
It's not, hey, could I see that document from the meeting you had last week?
Yeah.
It's not that.
And I think that the requests are totally fine. I think I was working on one today and it's, with a vendor of ours and, we're going to have to pay the vendor their hourly rate.
Right.
And I think, they estimated based on their work that was going to exceed the 2 hours. And, as a custodian of taxpayer dollars, to me, I said, I'd want to recoup at least another hour, if it's a total of 3 hours at the $25 hour base
Mhm.
rate that the policy has to help offset some of the vendor costs.
Right.
Because we have to pay the vendor.
We have to pay the vendor no
Yes.
matter what. And I want to answer the request for the records. So, but just trying to do it in a more, budget savvy way. So we're not.
I don't
We
recall
also,
us having a conversation about waiving the fees after the 2 hours.
I do know that there is legal reasons why the fees would be waived.
Yeah.
According
Legal?
to,
There are some, if it's an open meeting law type request, that would waive the fees. There are a few other policies that Adam can speak much better.
and the town clerk is pretty knowledgeable on which,
Yeah, and he knows it beautifully. And like, I was working with him this afternoon and I know, he was, he and I were emailing back and forth. He's like, yep, you got it right. He's like, well, how do we want to collect that fee? And I said, that's a good question.
we
And this is-
have, well, as
I
far
thought
as
it was
collection
before they
goes,
got it.
we set up a revolving fund at town
Yeah, we
meeting
did.
for public records request
Mhm.
fees. And so anything that we collect would go into that account.
Okay.
is the way I understood it.
Yeah,
And then it would be released at the end of the year into the general fund,
yeah.
for free cash. I like that question. Have we had free cash certified yet?
I don't have the answer to that. I'm gonna
Okay,
catch up
that
with
was
the
a
accountant
thing I
tomorrow,
wanted
so.
to ask at the budget time. But
Yeah.
in any event, that was the purpose
Mhm.
for that revolving account. And
And just to clarify, we're not saying we're not answering requests. That's not what
That's
we're
correct.
saying.
No, absolutely
Right.
not, like,
it's
I
just
wanna
to
answer them, like,
offset-
Yes, of course, most we
The
will do. It's just that,
cost of
and this is
fulfilling.
not, this is, I will give the community some credit here. A lot of this was not any individual that was coming forward as a community member. It was a lot of anonymous requests last year.
Yeah,
That took a lot of time, which we have to answer.
yeah,
And that's kind of what, but I think the precedence needs to be set that if,
yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna work with, our RAOs, our town clerk, in terms of what's the process, like, we get a request, we give an estimate, like a very invoice detail estimate of the time. And if it's gonna take 2 hours and it's gonna cost the vendor $500 to do it, or say it's gonna take 3 hours and it's gonna cost the vendor $500 to do it. That third hour, we should get a $25 check payable to the town of Townsend, RAO revolving fund or whatever the category is.
let me see. what
So
we
we
did.
offset that $500 expense that is gonna be charged or assessed by the vendor, whoever they are. So I think that's what, I'm hoping to work with him to get some clarity on and make sure I understand it correctly, so I can do the work, for folks asking and go from there, so. But I wanted to loop you guys in just to, understand fee waivers, and if we have any open invoices, things like that, had be shared information without receiving payment first. What was the practice there?
yeah,
make
and
sure we're-
I think the clerk would say if
Here
we
it
have,
is. It was Article 9 at the, and it's, cover the cost of personnel fulfilling public records requests.
Okay.
And it's a $5,000 spending limit, so if we had to pay a vendor
Mhm.
for their looking for a record,
Yeah.
that would be the maximum
Okay,
that we could spend from that account.
yeah,
But in any event, we did set up a revolving fund, and as far as I know, it was established.
okay,
And that was the intent. As far as the waiving goes, I think that the person that should be waiving it is the town administrator,
Okay.
not the RAO. So if we have to make an adjustment to policy for that, I would like to look into doing that.
I would, welcome that, and I'll catch up with town council as well to make sure we're following
Okay,
his protocols and best practices, and if
Yeah.
you wanna help work on it, and we sort of collaborate and get,
Yeah,
make sure.
and with the RAO too, because
Yeah, and
the person fulfilling the request has to, it's their process
Perfect.
under our direction.
Yeah, and the town clerk, he is super knowledgeable on it, so I wanna make sure we appreciate the level of detail we're getting from them, so we answer the records and it satisfies, all the different things I don't
like
think
you
of.
can't charge for redacting. There are things
Exactly,
that you
yeah.
cannot charge for.
Yeah.
And so he could be a good resource for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having
But-
redacted directors personally, I know that.
but
Not that I could
when
charge
a
anyways.
request comes in and a charge is made, this is where that money goes.
Okay.
And we did this specifically because of that.
Yeah.
In May.
Great.
so that has to be clarified.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring it up, and then I'll work with town council. I have another call with them on Thursday to catch up on a few things, and I'll sort of hear some of his best practices, and I'll try to summarize them and get them out to you guys. And then we
And if
can,
the policy has to be tweaked, we can bring it back up, so that not only, so that it kind of leaves the RAO out of that decision-making,
or it,
so,
I would say welcome them into the process and help us make it more efficient for them, because they're getting a lot of requests. And then, hey, if anything's gonna be more than that 2-hour window, let's make sure we get a payment for the work, and then the results will be produced. That's sort of, like you plant the sunflower seed, you watch it grow, but you gotta plant it first, and then you get to enjoy the flower. It's like, just the way it goes, so.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the person who's producing the record that assesses how much time it would take.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, like in this
So-
case, Guardian gave me their estimate
Yes.
today,
Yeah.
and I said, oh, can I have a more detailed production of that quote? And it's still more than 2 hours. It's, 60 days worth of tickets, and it's pretty expensive. So my first thought was, man, we gotta work on our budget, so.
Yeah, but there is a place to put it.
Right.
And we should be assessing for these long, when it takes staff time.
Yeah,
And
Or
it's not
vendor time.
exempt, because there are reasons it would be exempt, as you said, but.
Yeah,
this one, based on the policy as set forth, does not qualify as an OML exception base, so.
Okay, so that comes back on January 20th.
Yep.
No motion at this time.
Correct.
Research more.
So, the board needs to make a comment. 4.6 on the mandatory referral zoning board of appeals special permit for 241 to 247. I did not get to see this. I did look a few times. I believe the property is, where Townsend Floors is.
Mhm.
Is that the one, the multi-use building?
It's to put in a livable space in the lower level,
Livable space where?
the lower level, I believe, correct?
I think where the,
Where Townsend Floors
The old
is?
flooring building was,
flooring
yeah.
used to be, yeah.
Because
Fine with me.
they closed, yeah, so.
I mean, I always defer to if the zoning board of appeals went through this and there wasn't a lot of public comment and I didn't receive any out of this process, then I trust their judgment on this. Well, no, there's times where someone will come and say, hey, and so then, okay, maybe but in this case, nobody's said any.
Wow. Okay. Comments then that you'd like to send out to planning?
No, that was what no one came with comments in this case,
Well,
so,
my comment would be we need additional housing,
yeah, well,
Yeah.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
okay? So, I don't, do I have anything in here? Wouldn't I? 4.6.
For a motion,
I think it was just,
asking if the board has a comment,
Oh, yeah, so that's our comment.
we need more housing.
that sounds fine to me. Yeah, the project was to convert the basement level commercial unit to a one-room residential unit in a mixed-use commercial building.
Perfect. So I'm never gonna last there.
Uh, 4.7 is discuss, dissolve cable advisory committee.
Is there a motion?
Have I go to move to dissolve the cable advisory committee?
Veronica Cal second.
Okay, well, we've done
They did
our
their work.
job.
Yep.
It's over for 9 years anyway. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Callahan.
Farragut, Aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. Okay, under old business 5.1, I'll move that to January 20th, 26th, as we do not have town council, input yet. If the board is okay?
Aye.
January 20th on that. 5.2, review, discuss public records request portal. Comments?
I don't have any comments on this at this time.
Do you want to, is this something you were looking to vote on in the past, or
I
just,
don't think it's a vote.
it's just a
No,
discussion?
Yeah,
I guess I have concerns about it,
Mhm.
about this, mainly because I think it's something that's put in place by the town clerk. I'm sure it's very useful to him. It makes it difficult for a regular person, I think, to find the requests.
Yeah.
It's way easier as a user
Mhm.
to look at the way it used to be done on the website.
Yeah.
Because you could scroll through them and the other thing is that it was developed outside of channels.
Okay,
And so that means that if there's no one else knows how it works.
okay.
And so if our town clerk goes away, the current town clerk. There is no one that knows how that works, how it's
Yeah.
maintained, blah, blah, blah. Maybe Jack does, I don't know, but Jack might not be here either. So it's not a piece of our website that everybody knows how the website works and
Yeah.
therefore you use this. It's not a piece of something the Guardian does
Right.
for us.
There's no continuity.
There's no documentation on it. How does it work? Where are the pieces to it? Where is it stored on our systems here in town? Is it proprietary to the town? Or is this something that is going to be taken out and sold, which would be an ethics violation, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I have concerns about it, not because I think it's a bad thing or, but because there's nothing documented that I've seen anywhere. And it's not, if something were to happen to someone else should be able to come in and
Turn the lights on.
Right.
And that's not the case here. So, and then there are other, privacy concerns, blah, blah, blah.
So,
And who makes the decisions
Yeah. Okay.
around that? And so it's not but it needs to be managed differently, I
Okay.
think. That's
So
my
maybe-
so I had some concerns, and I did sit down and talk with the clerk a couple times about this exact thing. And actually we had council involved at one point in time, and some stuff has changed, which to meet actually some of the way the state does some things. Which
So
is
I
really
have
good.
to ask, does that make you involved in the day-to-day?
No, so in this case, in this case, right? I
Um,
took this as,
I don't go into people's
No, no,
offices
no.
and ask them
so
questions.
the first thing is town clerk elected, not appointed by us, so I consider that a little different. But I could be wrong. This was based on advice of council in terms of this specific thing, because it was on our agendas, asking, and because in this case, items that are published on the website, so far as we as the town are liable for that information. That's how I was taking this. And because of the nature of a lot of the anonymous requests last year, I had concerns about placing those out there publicly, thus putting us in potential liable territory. That's why I felt it was prudent. And, council chimed in agreement to some things. And the town clerk did
I don't even know what those things are. I don't know what the questions were. I don't know what the responses are. I don't know what the town clerk was not amenable in our meeting to answering questions.
Yeah. And so, I'm happy to bring, and we can discuss some of those here, but it was very much along the lines of how is the state doing this? And like, how is other towns approaching this information from the point of you're liable for whatever information you publish. And I thought it was better with that feedback from council.
Okay.
So do you have any idea how it works or where
No, I'm
on our
not a technical
systems it's
person.
stored?
Yeah. What I'll do is I will check with our colleagues in Pepperell, Tingsboro, and Groton in terms of how they're handling it. Kind of similar size towns, actually Pepperell's a little bit bigger, and what they do day to day, and report back, and then look to work with our town clerk who's overseeing it now and say, hey, can we, this is what I'm seeing in other communities. What are you seeing in your network? Can we bring it back to the town website? So I kind of agree with that. Like in the event that people win Powerball, I always love that recognition. We may not ever see them again. And what's our plan? What's the legacy plan here left behind?
And I think they're seen, I would work with the RIO because I think they have some ideas of how that would work, but you probably would be better suited to do that.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of leadership at the time, and I was worried legally. That's why I thought it was okay to.
So I'll check with a couple other communities, come back with some other how they do it, share that with you. Try to do a screen moment where we can see what Pepperell does or what Tingsboro does, what Groton does,
Okay.
and we can start to sort of
And compare it to what we have.
compare. And if it sits on their website, it sits there. If it sits externally, we understand what the ramifications are.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good idea.
Mhm.
Another concern I have, since we're talking about public records requests, is I'm not seeing a whole lot of public records requests, but I'm hearing that there are a whole lot of them, but I'm not seeing them.
I think
They never are coming to the select board until they're already down the road and should have been responded to. And I'm a little concerned about that. And I think it's because of the way the portal is being used. I think the responsibility is being put on the portal for notification to people as opposed to a direct notification from the RAO. But I could be wrong. It could just be that
There aren't any.
I think there are a lot less than there were. And I think there's a lot of outstanding ones still, from the way I understand it.
That would be
I don't even know what the outstanding ones are.
I will spend an hour organizing that for everyone tomorrow and email you guys. Because some of them I
can
have.
probably help
Yeah.
with some of them, especially if they go back to an earlier time period.
Yeah, and there's a couple clocks ticking on a couple of them for like the 20th. Like that, I think there's a couple lined up for that date that asking for
Anything
like,
that we're involved in?
yes.
And it's
Like
been,
all the select board data for 3 years between select board, fire station, the lease agreement that we just shared with these folks, that association, and any correspondence related here
I
too.
already answered mine.
So,
I
but
don't have any.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any records responsive, but previous select board emails,
but I
I could
can't
do.
tell you where, because I was on the board when the RFP was
Mhm.
written,
Yeah.
when we
Over the
put
wall.
out the survey saying, hey, what do you want to use these buildings for? There was a survey that went out to the town.
Yeah.
A lot of people answered.
Yeah.
And then, all of that. And so I have a general idea of what meetings things were discussed in.
Yeah. I'll share them with you.
Okay,
Yeah.
because then there was the gap where I wasn't a select board member, and that's where the RFP was responded to, and during that time period.
Yeah.
So it's probably Guardian again with the select board members at the time in their emails and the search for.
Yeah, and if they still
Yeah.
have it, I mean, I don't know. I just clicked on that email this morning and I was like, 3 years worth of stuff. Okay, let me put my
But any of those, I mean, we can at
shovel
least
on.
our part if we have responsive records.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Like, I think there's
having
one
any.
still out there with my name on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
If whatever's outstanding.
Yeah,
I'll summarize them all tomorrow. And,
thank you.
yeah.
All right,
Okay,
which number?
now
was
we're
that?
at 5.4.
Correct.
Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve opening and closing dates for special town meeting warrant, opening on January 21st and closing on February 2nd, posted by February 11th, with February 25th at 7 p.m. as the date of the special town meeting at the North Middlesex Regional High School.
Is there a second?
Veronica Kell second, but I want to ask a question about this. So, I want times for opening and closing, in particular closing. So Monday is the 2nd, so we could say 4 p.m.
Yeah,
on
'cause
Monday the 2nd.
Are we meeting on the 3rd? I think we're meeting on the
We're
3rd.
meeting on the 3rd, correct. And the
So amended to 5 p.m.
4 p.m.?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
2-2, yeah.
on the 2nd,
Mhm.
yeah.
And opening on January 21st
At
at
9
9.
Yeah.
I think we actually discussed that already.
We did, I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
We
First
just
thing
didn't
and
make
last
any
thing of that day.
decisions, yeah. And it has to be posted by the 11th. I have that we have select board meetings on the 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th, because they were supposed to be joint
Joint.
finance,
Mhm.
February, 3, 10, 17.
And that would then all the department heads are going to be coming in.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah, that's what I thought.
And then
So
that'd be
so
good.
that way we could discuss the warrant get it to town council, vote on it to approve on the 10th. Correct?
That sounds like a plan.
And then post on the 11th.
Post on the 11th, first thing in the morning with the town
Yeah.
manager, so.
So we're not meeting on the
Want me to reread
24th?
that with the times or?
Are we meeting before the meeting on the 25th?
I don't think we made a decision, but we usually do. If the meeting's at 7 PM, we
Meet at
usually
6
meet
PM.
at 6.
Yeah, 6 PM, and it's pretty standard for most select boards,
Okay.
so.
All right.
And it might be a joint meeting if you have your finance committee there with you, just quorums all come together.
Any further discussion on the amended motion? Roll call vote.
Veronica, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. 5.6 is a second reading of the federal.
5.5 is your
Okay.
updated TCAM contract.
Oh, did we?
Oh, geez, okay, no. Did we get one?
There's it says it's signed, so
We voted to sign it out of session with
Yes.
stamps based on
Town council review.
review, yeah.
so I have a signed contract here. I just don't know why it's on the agenda, to be honest with you, so.
TCAM.
Oh, the TCAM
Not the
contract, not the
Comcast.
Yeah,
Comcast.
TCAM.
No,
No,
Did I say
no,
we've
no,
Comcast?
not
no,
done
no.
TCAM.
We haven't done TCAM yet.
Unless that's the old one. It says update on TCAM contract, and
This is the old one.
okay.
That's the old one.
Well, this is 2020.
Yes, that was
Yeah,
the
it is.
very first
Veronica
one.
Summer.
I think I'm on it, yeah.
Yeah,
Me,
no,
Wayne,
we,
and Dawn.
there's no update from Dave, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think,
Well,
But-
no, it's us.
Comcast contract had to be signed for them to do the TCAM contract.
Correct.
So the signed TCAM contract went to Dave.
The signed Comcast contract.
Comcast
Yep.
contract
Went
went
to
to Dave.
Okay.
Okay, haven't heard back.
We do the agreement with TCAM. We, the town.
yeah,
The last time we did it, we, the town, the select board worked with, Attorney Solomon to
Okay.
write that agreement. That tells us, how frequently they come to us to show us their financials, how we disperse the funds to them, the Comcast money. It tells us, how the drops are managed,
Mhm.
what boards are filmed. It tells us, I'm trying to remember all the things from it.
So
just the
it's
liabilities and responsibilities of the
see-
contract.
Yeah,
somewhere where Solomon agreed to do the TCAM contract. Did I read
thought
that, I
I
thought.
remembered that from the last minute,
Yeah.
in the minutes.
I read it somewhere.
Probably in the minutes,
Yeah.
is my guess.
Okay.
So what we should do then is review the TCAM contract individually,
The old one.
the old one. See what we think needs updated. I am not so sure we have a TCAM board at this point. Do we need to post for a TCAM board? And if I remember right, one of us is supposed to be on that board. I know that when we originally did this, way back when, I attended the TCAM board meetings. I was the select board representative
Oh,
to TCAM.
I could be. I was on the advisory
It
Cable
wasn't the
advisory.
for
advisory.
Comcast.
It wasn't it's separate from that.
I know that.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you could be
I've
if you
been
wanted
working on it, if you want me to
If
continue
you
working
wanted-
on it.
to be the TCAM. But anyway, we should review the TCAM agreement
Okay,
and think about what we want in there or what needs modified.
okay.
And,
When do you want to report that?
how do we want to do that? Let's wait for Karen.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
'cause
don't want to give
we're out of
everything to
contract
Karen.
as of the end of October.
Correct.
All right, as soon as he comes in, see what he thinks.
So that contract is the very first one. We didn't have a TCAM before that.
Oh, okay.
Before that was just,
There was no TCAM.
Okay,
There
we're
was
waiting
just
for you.
if somebody chose
These
to,
are-
if the IT department decided to, tape a meeting, or if the board itself decided to record it, or that there was nothing.
with the change, I mean, it's probably prudent, I imagine there would be some big changes, because that was before, this last contract was before all meetings could be virtual.
Right, but we did
Well, it was
specify,
2020, so,
it was
It was
2020.
probably just in time.
We had just
January
started
COVID.
yeah.
the virtual stuff. We had just started it. So in any event, if we all reviewed that and gave you our
Ideas.
ideas, would that work?
And
How
just
do you
catch
want
up-
to do
Catch
that?
up with Dave, and I don't know, Solomon, is it someone
Attorney
within?
No, what I would do is take our thoughts
Okay.
first, and then put them together, come up with a thing to give to Solomon and then to Dave.
Okay,
We also, I'm not sure who's on the TCAM board at this point. That specifies what the board is for TCAM. And so we need to, Dave is the worker for
Yeah.
TCAM, but who is the board that's overseeing the financials?
Mhm.
I'm not sure at this point.
and I'll ask Sabrina for a Word doc version of this, so I can give it, do you guys wanna do like track changes and stuff like that? I
No, we don't want to see each other's.
We don't see each other.
I don't think we can do that. We could each do track changes and give it to you.
Yeah, and I could blend them together.
And that
Yeah.
could.
Then
do
you go out to
that,
them and
so-
then come back to us at the next meeting.
Yeah, so send us something. Unless this is it. Is this it? Keep getting sorry. something
So-
went wrong.
This is maybe like, well, I don't know if I want, never mind.
Something to opine on?
Yeah, just because there's, I mean, obviously we're Zooming and we're recording and all this stuff is happening now and it's getting put up on YouTube and all these things. It seems like would be so different than what, and how, I mean, this is again, are most towns using,
Most towns are using YouTube by
Mhm.
way of Teams meetings that are recorded,
Mhm.
and that's it.
and they upload them, the boards themselves.
Or they have a designee who works for the town administrator's office that
Uploads
puts
all
them
the
up, because
videos.
then the meeting recording is available right then and there.
Yeah.
But do they have, or do these towns have public access TV? Which we have.
Not all of them, and we have that. In fact, that's, I think, a real plus for us.
I do too. So I think it's different.
It's
I just-
expensive though.
Yeah, and so I'm just, in the interest
well,
of, we have, a budget that's kind of tight and we're asking everybody, I'm just looking at this from a efficiency. Is there anything that, I guess this is why we're reviewing it.
What funds TCAM
Yeah.
is Comcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not.
Oh,
the
no, I
town.
know it's separate,
So
but I'm
the
also
budget
just,
thing isn't an issue.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
long as they stay within the budget, and that
Yeah.
is their problem, not ours.
Okay.
They are supposed to present their budget to us every fall in that agreement,
Mhm.
if I remember correctly. We used to have, at least the first 2 years that they were in place.
Yeah,
They presented in the fall, I know I sat through 2 TCAM reviews during select board meetings.
mhm.
where
we didn't
they-
do it this year.
No, I asked Nelson about it and whatever, it didn't happen.
Mhm.
So, and I think that was more because we were working on the new contract than anything else.
Yeah.
Right.
But we should have had a presentation. I don't think there was one last fall either. We didn't have a select board last fall.
Right.
So that didn't happen. And then it didn't happen this fall because the contract was being
Worked on
worked
by
on.
Comcast. Yeah.
So money isn't an issue. Expense shouldn't be an issue for the town.
Okay. So you
Um,
guys want to each make your changes to this document, I can print you all out copies, or you can grab it from the SharePoint.
Yeah,
I
I
believe
wanted to
it's-
see
My
what,
suspicion is, yeah,
what
maybe you'll
form
have
it
one.
was in.
And then
It's a
either-
PDF, so no, I do not want to grab it from here. We need the Word document. So,
All right, then you can put that in SharePoint.
Yep, you go from there, so.
okay, yeah, and we'll get that done. All right.
Work on. We'll just, put that on the next agenda for the 20th, see where we are then. Okay, so now we're on 5.6, second reading of federal funds policy.
I have a note here from Sabrina on this. With that, with respect to the federal funds policy, we understand it is being adopted so as to satisfy the town auditors. Accordingly, we recommend that prior to its adoption, the auditor verify that it is acceptable to him and her.
Oh, yeah. She can sign it.
So in this case, this is from council, the board decides to change the policy in 1.6. I will suggest a vote to approve and to sign out of session with signature stamp pending review by the auditor. So
Okay.
I'll do a second reading, Brett. We should not sign at this meeting.
Okay.
Because the auditor should review it.
Because the
Because,
motion is going to state to be signed after.
but I just wanted to clarify, because we often sign policies after
Yeah.
the second reading. But in this case, the auditor was the one that recommended this policy last spring or summer at this point. Oh, okay. So we read it?
You gonna read?
Yeah.
I mean, we can make the motion, subject to.
Sorry, just opening it up. For some reason, I can't see all this stuff.
Yeah, my internet wasn't working.
Yep, it's back now. Okay, policy number 10, 2025, acceptance of federal funds policy. And it does not replace one. Again, this was at the request of the auditor. Acceptance of federal funds policy, one, purpose. The purpose of this policy is to establish consistent procedures for the acceptance and administration of federal grant revenue and related funds by the town of Townsend. The town recognizes the value of federal assistance, but also the need for fiscal oversight, compliance with federal and state law, and accountability to the community. The policy ensures that all departments, boards, commissions, and officials act in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A, the town charter, and applicable federal regulations, 2 CFR Part 200 Uniform Guidance, when accepting or expending federal grant funds. Town boards authorized to accept federal grants. Number 2, town boards authorized to accept federal grants. It is the policy of the select board to respect the authority of town boards, commissions, committees, departments, and officials to accept grants as provided by statute and town charter. The following are authorized to accept grants and gifts of federal funds for their designated purposes. 1, select board is authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, to accept grants and gifts of money, tangible personal property, or real estate on behalf of the town, subject to the conditions of the grant and to town meeting appropriation when required. Number 2, town administrator may, upon delegation from the select board, sign and manage federal grant agreements, coordinate applications, and ensure compliance with applicable requirements. Number 3, school committee is authorized under Mass General Law 71, Section 737A and Chapter 44, Section 53A. There needs to be a chapter inserted in there. Sorry. Number 3, school committee is authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 37A and Chapter 44, Section 53A to accept and expend federal grants for educational purposes, subject to school department accounting controls and the town accountant's oversight. Number 4, other boards or commissions or departments may accept a federal grant for its authorized purpose with prior approval of the select board and subject to all accounting and reporting requirements of this policy. 3, evaluation criteria for federal grants. Before acceptance, the done
board.
Someone was done writing this document. Before acceptance, the select board, committee, or department must consider the following. Number 1, whether the grant serves a legitimate municipal purpose consistent with the town's needs, whether the grant is restricted or unrestricted, and whether the restrictions are practical. Number 3, whether the grant imposes additional long-term costs or obligations on the town. 4, whether the federal requirements are achievable. 5, whether the town has the capacity to administer the grant in compliance with CFR 200. 6, whether the grant's goals or expenditures could create a future financial burden on the town. 4, protocol for acceptance of federal grants. Upon award, the department shall provide the select board with an award notice and grant terms, a budget summary, funding period, and any obligations or conditions. The select board shall vote to accept the grant under MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A, and authorize the town administrator or department head to execute the necessary agreement. 5, deposit of funds. All funds received shall be deposited with the town treasurer within 5 business days of receipt. A copy of the award and budget must be filed with the town accountant. Each grant shall be assigned a separate fund number to ensure proper reporting. 6, accounting and financial administration. The town treasurer and accountant are jointly responsible for the financial administration of all federal grant funds. Each department receiving funds shall. Somehow some formatting got lost in this. 1, deposit all revenue with the treasurer, provide copies of the award, terms, and approvals to the accountant within 30 days of acceptance. The accountant shall establish separate accounting records for each grant, ensure compliance with uniform guidance in state and accounting standards, report annually to the select board and town meeting the status of all active federal grants. 2, insert a program income generated by a grant shall be handled in accordance with grant conditions or credited to the town's general fund if unrestricted. Oversight and reporting. The town administrator shall maintain a register of all federal grants accepted by town departments. Quarterly, the town accountant shall provide the select board with a status report on all active federal grants, including exceptions, expenditures, balances, and pending deadlines. The town shall comply with all federal audit and reporting requirements. Annual review. This policy shall be reviewed at least every 3 years or sooner if federal or state regulations change. Any amendments shall be approved by the vote of the select board.
Great work.
Thank you. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the federal funds policy with signature stamped out of session pending review by the auditor.
Veronica Cal, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schiffern, aye. Okay, next is town website content policy
So
5.7.
So because it's been a little crazy, and things were not, we didn't have a lot of management oversight at times. I didn't always read through things as well as I should have, and I have a couple issues with this policy, I'm realizing. Some were brought to my attention. One is that it says that basically the website administrator makes all changes. And that means all the department heads that are currently making changes couldn't make changes.
We talked about this, I thought, at the last meeting, when we did the first reading of this. Because there were things in here that I was,
we didn't have like a review of this document before we did the first reading. I don't really think.
I don't think we did either. Do you want to hold off on this?
So yeah, I would like to.
Why don't you tell us what are the things that you?
Yeah, and also
we'll-
has council already seen this one?
I believe so. I'll check with
Yeah, I
Sabrina,
thought so too.
but I'm not, I believe,
I thought so.
I thought it was okay, but this is more of our administrative stuff, I believe.
I mean, like each department takes care of, like I take care of the land use
Exactly.
website from time to time.
And I don't think any of us want that to change.
No, because, well, Sabrina does a lot of the updates
Right.
for people that don't have
Yeah.
staff.
Town clerk is in
And
charge of their
that's what
website,
the website administrator is supposed to do.
but if the staff is competent
Then
and already doing it,
each department, the original intent of this, like 5 years ago, was for each department to do their own website updates.
Okay.
The website administrator did the overall pages,
Yeah.
making sure that
The format.
if there's a new
Menus are the
department,
same.
Yeah.
the left and the right columns and blah, blah, blah. And then for all of the boards that don't have, like Historic District Commission doesn't have an assigned administrator.
Mhm.
There are others. Committees that get appointed and then disbanded. if they're gonna have something on the website, they would talk to the website administrator. And the website administrator would put those pages in. Now, it didn't require TA approval if in fact the select board with the TA present
Yeah.
in a meeting had a sign like the open space committee.
Mhm.
And actually that went under land use because that's a committee of the,
Mhm.
in any event, if there were, or the CR committee that we have now,
Mhm.
that would be the website administrator would do that. And, working with the committee themselves.
Mhm.
But so,
Same format for all the
Yeah.
pages,
but
but
saying the website administrator determines all content, like, do you really,
where does it say that?
3,
Will determine what content.
The town administrator
and website
And
administrator
website.
determine. So I don't think we want someone sitting there and saying, you can't put up, the health department administrator announcement for trash.
No, the health department,
Should be doing that all of it.
yeah, they do it
So
all
I
on
just think
their
this
own.
is, it's a little too,
I think that what this means is, as far as the general layout goes,
Mm.
I don't think it means the actual content. I mean, I don't see the website administrator, saying, oh, no, you can't do that, sorry, I'm taking that down.
Yeah. I wonder if
Or if they do see something that they think is legitimately something that shouldn't be on the website, they
Right.
could
Yeah.
talk to the person, but each department.
should be in charge of their own website.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
exactly.
the content there.
Yeah, so maybe this is being,
I'll check to see how it
but the overall content of the website, yes, what the pages look like.
Yeah.
The town
What their
administrator and the
Mhm.
web.
But so in this
administrator.
case, I
And
did,
some places don't have it.
So-
I moonlighted as
Just
some web content
Perfectly.
used in my past. So when it says is posted, that's really specific. It's like whatever someone is posting. And I don't want that person to have to go through whenever they're posting something.
To get it.
Yeah, so I just think like that,
But when I did the
Review.
website administrator stuff, when Harrison was getting the new revised one up, I did all the updates. So Beth would send me stuff and say, hey, could you put this on the land
Yeah.
use page? And so I just did it. If I had questions about what it was, I asked her. But she had to give me what she wanted in the form that she wanted it. I didn't make a decision as to, the form or anything like that. I mean, I did do those duties for 2 or 3 months,
Mhm.
spring a year ago.
so like, I don't have a problem with prohibited content, that's great. Disclaimer is great. Permitted content, I just think that's not actually permitted content, that's who's in charge, which doesn't. So I think, I don't think that legally it's a problem. I think this is just our administrative.
So it's.
Well, it
a
makes me think
combination-
then, like, would you take each, because it could be a department head, it could also be a designee of the department head who was in charge of updating minutes for their committees or whatever. And then would you give them a stipend to say, you're our website administrator while you're employed under this? You get $100 or you get $500 for the year to be on top of putting up minutes and updating. Because, then there's the check and balance of it. Because if it's not done right, then you say you're no longer eligible for the stipend.
Who are you talking about?
I think,
Instead of one head website administrator, are you assigning the role to someone who actually has to be in charge of it?
right. So Sabrina does it for the town administrator's office. So would she be eligible for a $500 stipend for putting up minutes and all that stuff? Because it's so unique to the treasurer's office. They're going to post something about the no penny policy, whoever updates their website down there.
And that's the way we've always done it. So
I just worry
I
that we're
didn't
curtailing
read
this.
this. I read it knowing how it works
And
now and didn't get into the
We
We were
did
doing
nitty-gritty.
this in the midst of our marathon meetings, and when you have 200 pages to read, you just don't.
Yeah, words don't matter.
Yeah. And so it's brought to my attention, this seems a little, and I was like, no, it actually does seem a little restrictive, so.
Yeah.
That's
So
just,
what about all the discussion we had about hiring a website administrator? We had it in the budget.
It is in the budget.
And we decided not to appoint at that time, even though we had 2 applicants.
The only reason we didn't, I thought, was because of funding. But we funded it, it's funded for fiscal year 26. We should be interviewing and putting someone in that spot.
Yeah, on principle, as just your interim TA, I would say probably wait to have your full TA before you really make any of those types of designations. Just, it's not anything to do with this topic, but just by practice, like.
We weren't gonna make you do it.
I don't have the capacity, but I think just have that person bring someone from their own walk of background and experience who might be great at it. And maybe they can do something else for you, so you get more bang for your buck that way.
Well, let me
We
think
also
about
talk about job
the permitted content, or not the permanent content,
Well, the
Yeah,
yeah,
permitted
permitted content, yeah. Because I don't think that's really related to permitted content, that line. It kind of is, but it's, I just don't want it, like some other select board to be like, you guys can't no longer update your website because the website administrator does it.
there were things that, no, I don't think
Not our
that's the
intention.
intent.
But when I read that, it says website administrator will determine what content is posted. So
Okay,
posted
so-
is just like anytime you post something,
Well,
that's
that is
posted.
true. So if
post a
you take
picture of
that
the snow.
literally, yeah,
Yeah.
and
And I
that's
take it
not the
literally.
way it's done in practice. But there would be outside organizations that would contact us and say,
That-
I want you to post this on
And
your
so-
website.
And so when I first
And
read
so-
through this, I thought that was what it was for, is because we have had outside organizations say, hey, can you put this up? And we say, no, you're not Town and Townsend.
Right.
But that's not internal. This doesn't distinguish internal versus external.
So maybe it should.
That's what,
Maybe kick it back to town council.
I can,
I can check with some other towns too. Yeah,
I mean,
I didn't see this as this is how your website works kind of thing.
I worry about when you say which content is posted, having worked in that world, posting is whatever you put up there at any point in time. It's an announcement, that's anything is website information being posted. It's not a design or an overall usage point. It's related to any piece of information. So I didn't know if we could take a pause just to evaluate that. I don't want to put in a policy that accidentally could be misinterpreted and be restrictive.
how about the town administrator and website administrator will determine the layout available on the website.
Exactly.
All content of the website must further meet the town's business.
That's fine.
So it's the layout, because that goes back to your point, Veronica, about the layout.
The layout,
of the
I mean,
page.
that's pretty much it, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
But I'm with Val, content is whatever picture
Whatever
I post on a
you
given
put
day, because it's my dog and I love my dog.
And I don't
but
want-
this does say in the next one,
And if it
all
furthers the business
content on the
interests.
website must further the town's business interest
So
and
that-
its ability. That is okay.
And that's fine, because that's any department is furthering.
Mhm.
So it might just literally be that one sentence.
Well,
Or you can
all
just take
town
out the first
departments,
sentence.
public bodies, and officials are encouraged to if there are questions
So that
as
other-
to content.
Yeah, so that next sentence also, I don't think you want them to be contacting the website administrator to post content.
But
every time.
you do want them to contact the website administrator if they have a question
Of course.
about something.
So the permitted
So-
content section,
So
I mean, I'm fine.
we
I
could change that
I
a little bit
have-
to tweak it.
mean, I
Yeah.
feel like we could tweak it and then just run it by council real quick to
Yeah.
make sure it's not
Yeah.
bad, just that section.
Yeah, because
want me
I don't want this to change how we do it.
Exactly.
I
Right,
think
it's working.
that all department heads should be able to post. If they choose not to post, they don't want to do it for whatever reason, they can contact the website administrator to post. But really, the website administrator's job was to get the layout
Yeah,
in
maintain it.
and then to post for
Those who couldn't.
those who couldn't. I mean, we made pages for Historic District Commission in 2020, 2021, whenever we hired Harrison for that position. There were several other, I think the Energy Committee didn't have a page. There were several and that's what
Now
that
they all have pages.
administrator did. I think they do. I haven't looked to see, but in any event.
So do you want to bring that back on the 20th?
Yeah, and I think we can
Yeah,
fix that and then just run it by council. It's just that section, right?
Yeah, and I think, I don't have any problem with specifying, so.
Okay. 5.8, first reading of the social media policy.
There's a further note from council that with respect to social media policy, it effectively replaces two separate policies in existence. One pertaining to personal social media use and the other addressing town and Townsend social media accounts. So it would be replacing two 2000. So I mean, we probably have to specify that it's replacing those two policies.
It says so.
I mean, in the motion.
It says so right on here, but this is the first reading.
Yep.
So I think in doing
read it, Val.
I think in doing the reading, you specify.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, that's fine.
Go for it. First reading.
Policy 12, 2025, town and social media policy replaces.
Oh, I had a question on this, on our readings today. It should be 1, 2, and 3 of 26. We're in 26 now, and this is the first reading. Even the second readings are not adopted.
So we have to replace the policy numbers.
I think so, to 01-2026,
if it's the first, yeah.
if it's the first.
Yeah,
So
just we'll make those corrections
Yeah.
before the
Second.
adoption.
before the second reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good catch.
policy, sorry, gotta warm up. This one's kind of long.
It is, I know. We pushed it last time because of Lorna. So take your time.
Policy 12, 2025, town and social media policy replaces 02, 2019, social media policy and personnel policies and procedures. Social media article 38. Town and social media policy, purpose and scope. The purpose of this policy is to set forth the rules governing the administration of the town of Townsend's, the town social media accounts, town employees' use of town social media accounts, and town employees' use of external social media accounts. Nothing in this policy is intended to interfere with, restrain, or prevent employee communication or expressions that are protected by law, including without limitation, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, state and federal whistleblower law, and state and federal labor law. The policy applies to all town employees, however, to the extent that this policy conflicts with the provisions of any collective bargaining agreement or individual employment agreement to which the town is a party, such agreements will control. 2 definitions. Social media platform means websites that facilitate user communication, participation, networking, and collaboration through the submission of user-generated content. Examples of social media platforms include, without limitations, blogs, wikis, microblogging sites such as Twitter, now X, and Wikipedia, social networking sites such as Facebook and LinkedIn, video sharing sites such as YouTube, photography sharing sites such as Instagram, and bookmarking sites such as Pinterest. Social media identify account means a specific user identity or account that has been registered on a third-party social media platform. Account administrator means the town employee appointed to monitor and control what content is posted on this to a specific town social media account. Town employee means a municipal employee as defined in General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 1G, who is employed by the town. 3, establishment of town social media accounts. Before being created, town social media accounts must be approved by the town administrator and the town's director of information technology. Once they approve the account, they shall appoint a town employee as the account administrator. Are we asking questions as we go or just reading?
Is that like the Facebook account?
Mhm.
Okay, well, the thing that keeps coming up in my mind, and may have nothing to do with this, but I'm not sure, AI. Where does that play in here?
I think that'll be the next version of this, probably in 2 years.
And
Well, they're using AI now. on social media.
I understand that. I think it's just a matter of towns haven't caught up to it.
The state hasn't caught up to it
The
yet,
state hasn't caught up to it. Like, no
Well,
one
the
has.
state hasn't had their audit yet either.
but like,
It just, policy wise, no one's caught up with it yet.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
in terms of the town's director of information technology,
I had a question about that. I looked for a definition of that.
because that, we don't have one.
It would be guardian, and by default.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I want Guardian having to approve.
Well, they do if we're gonna put it on our site, on the town.
But this wouldn't be, this is other people's sites. So if the library is getting a new Twitter page,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Guardian should be approving that.
Yeah, and like social media is tricky, and I know I'm catching some of the previous emails from Nelson in regards to like a Facebook page. I know that our town clerk Harrison had been running it before and was trying to, share it back to the town administrator's office. And in my head, like, I would post a picture a quarter of the season, and like that would be about the extent of my social media purposes. And I stand by that, like, thoroughly. It's people comment on it. I would just shut comments off.
No, we already discussed that in our meetings, that the Facebook page would be informational only. It's not a comment. It's not there for comment.
Right, but that means anytime a post goes up, you have to shut off comments.
Correct.
There's a vehicle to get there. It doesn't just shut off automatically. Like, you have to have someone, so like your town administrator or whomever, like, has to be savvy enough to know how to shut it off. I don't know, like, it's not much, the policy's fine. I think it's just a matter of like, what do you actually want as a select board to have happen via a Facebook page, a LinkedIn page?
They're supposed to be informational only.
And
Mainly because there are people that don't use websites. So they don't see the announcements. They don't sign up for the announcements that get dispersed.
I mean, fire has one, police have one, Facebook pages.
is
They
it
do.
the police station, or is it is it their association that does it?
No,
It's their
it's
actual thing?
No, it's our police station and our fire department.
Police, isn't it done by their,
by John, yes. it
They
is
have a
by
media
their
person that does it?
Yes.
Oh,
so I guess the question is I always thought it would just be whatever. I'll just use this as an example. I still don't receive town announcements via email. I've signed up about 10 times. Now, I also don't have Facebook accounts, so that's just different taste. But I thought, like, this would be town announcements is what would go there. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thought, is that, like Lori said, information only. So that people that go to Facebook or
Mhm.
wherever, have access to things that they say, oh, it's nowhere, when it is somewhere.
Right.
You have to go to the website.
And I stand
What's
by
the
the,
library do?
They have a variety of social
They
media
have a
accounts.
Facebook page.
Facebook, Instagram.
So it kind of the same thing.
Each.
Who does it for the library?
I think it's library director primarily. The problem is, and you're gonna run into, is you have to have personal phones associated with it.
Right.
I mean, we can keep going and see if they can address it. But I do think that needs to be changed. Town's director of information technology.
and it really is truly like a town administrator's office that does it. So long as the bandwidth is within there and there's, someone monitoring it. I think that's who oversees this village here. And then the police department oversees their version of it and fire department does their version of it. But whatever information you post, you gotta own.
Yeah,
So
that's anybody in any of this.
I guess my question is, and I'm fine if you want to continue with this reading, are we in a place where this is a good time to be accepting this policy?
Yes,
You think so?
I think so.
I think we
it's
have to
long
have a
overdue.
policy.
Okay.
Because I think the two policies that it's replacing are outdated.
I do agree with that.
And so,
Okay, I'll keep going. It's fine.
That doesn't mean that this can't be looked at again
I
either,
do
or
think-
changes can't be made.
I agree with you on the town's director of information technology, which we do not have.
Okay.
So,
Okay, So that would be a change.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my God, I see it up there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought maybe this is more technical.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't even
Did you
looking at
want to
that.
put it in
Not paying
your policy
attention.
booklet about this?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Well, first of all, AI might not be the first, right? And everybody should be conscientious of that, but, I was wondering if you could read the first part of that as far as who it applies to, because the old policy, I don't have it in front of me, but it also pertains to board and committee members, volunteers, other people who may be posting.
This is,
And I believe what you read was pertaining
this
to
policy
employees.
applies to all town employees. However, to the extent that this policy conflicts with provisions of any collective bargaining agreement or individual employment agreement to which the town is a party, such agreements will control.
So do you have the original 38 in
So
front of you?
it should be the
So that did
elected and
include
appointed
all
officials.
special employees also.
I think it should specify that though, as it does in the original one, Article 38.
Isn't your
another
elected or
question.
appointed?
I don't think
represent
that's
the
a bad
town?
idea either. I think it says read the very first sentence there.
I'm just writing this as a question.
Yeah.
The other way around this is have no social media.
Well, have no
Mm.
policy. That doesn't mean there isn't no social media and people
You
participating
need
in
to
it.
have a policy.
I mean, have no social media.
For the town?
Yeah.
We don't right now. The town of
We
Townsend.
don't.
But you have a police department with a page, you have a fire department with a page, you have a library with a page, all that goes away. It's done on if it's a page and they want to talk about the library, it's the individual, not the employee of the town. Because that removes all liability and makes the risk almost zero.
I think I'd rather take the risk of being able to communicate with the community and mitigate that risk by not having comments or whatever we can do. And that said, I overhearing your previous conversation about that has very much to do with how it's set up, because Facebook does not have a true business account set up. It's an individual personal setup. So you have to have someone set up the account a certain way for turn off comments, because there's been growing, I guess, agitation over Facebook posts, Facebook pages that don't allow comments. So just so you know,
Well,
the
as far
tide
as
is
the town,
changing a little bit, but in the meantime, we could probably not have comments.
as far as the town goes and the departments, I'm still in favor of having the fire, police, the town hall, put information out there. The policy should be about the content and also about those who are elected and appointed and paid for staff to act in a certain manner as they are representing the town. So, and I haven't seen anything wrong or negative on any of the fire, postings made or police postings made, but more informational for the town.
I think that's because of the way the comments are made. They get captured and they get put out there only if they're meet a criteria, I think. I don't know.
And that's the danger, and I think that is probably what Jeremy is thinking of when he says no social media,
Less
because
liability.
the danger is that
Right.
you can't just delete the negative comments.
Right.
Um,
If there's any comment, they're all comments.
Well, unless you you'd have to turn them off. But if you look at the actual Facebook page that we do have, there is a negative comment, it's the first comment on it,
Mhm.
and it's still there, and it's probably 5 years old.
Yeah, it's been, maybe not that old. We put that in place when Eric Slagle first came in.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for somebody not to have removed that right away,
Mhm.
and there's only one person that had control of that, and for it to still be there. But at any rate,
But you can't,
Can't remove it.
you can't be selective about which comments you remove. Or if you're allowing comments, you're allowing comments.
Yeah, so that is.
Yeah,
that's
but we
what-
shouldn't.
What I'm trying to say is you need someone who knows how to set it up from the ground. You can't just use that one and turn on comments.
I know how to.
You know
So
how
those are my
to?
two
Yeah,
cents.
I mean, like,
I wouldn't know how to.
yeah, I don't,
Thank you.
yeah, I don't,
You
like,
put your hand down now, right?
there are people
You put your
much
hand
more
down.
tech
Yeah,
savvy
stop
than
it.
me that can do it in a whiz. It takes me a
Yeah.
little bit of time. Like, I'm finding more and more people, and I'll be self-deprecating, in my age bucket are finding that social media is tiring and we're out.
I agree.
And it's like,
I agree,
so like that.
but
that's
that
me.
doesn't help whatever we have to do for the town.
But,
But it does in
Are
the
there-
sense that I wouldn't do it.
so I guess
don't know
my
if we're
question
gonna
would
ban
be,
them.
is a social media policy a common thing among select boards in our area?
It's common amongst towns, not select boards per se.
Yeah. But towns, and I think especially if you have employees and you have elected and appointed officials, for them to go out on social media and,
So the one thing I'd say about that is that I've always taken it as state laws and open meeting laws prevent me from saying a lot. And that would supersede any social media policy that we would put in place.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna go on Facebook and say, I feel this way about the social media policy, because you could go on, or you could go on and see what I said.
Mhm.
So I would think
Yeah.
any board or committee member would be bound by those rules. Now, however, that would not prevent me, if I was on Facebook, which I'm not, from going on and saying, I feel that Townsend is not doing the right things. You know what I mean? It's my First Amendment right to say that.
Mhm.
I'm not commenting on a specific policy of the select board. So I don't think this policy would play into those decisions because those are open meeting law and First Amendment. Just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah.
But
It's also like you have a couple votes upcoming, and one of them is going to be linked to a department that has their own page. How do you plan on policing that? Because they can't publicly encourage people to vote. They can say the vote is today.
that's it. Well, we all know that. If you're in government, you can't say yay or nay. All you do is say that this is happening.
Mhm.
And we should
That-
say.
I know that, and I
this
know
is
they know
happening.
that, but it's just a matter of if
We
someone
should be
posts on
saying,
that page.
this is happening.
Yeah.
I think that the town's director of information technology needs to be changed. I just don't know what to.
And it
But
might
I
be
think we should continue reading.
okay, we'll
Yeah.
continue reading and we'll continue this discussion and thoughts because it's first reading. Once they approve the account, they shall appoint a town employee as account administrator. Again, probably not. Yeah, okay. Administering town social media accounts. Town social media accounts must adhere to all applicable state, federal, and local laws, regulations, and policies, including without limitation the Commonwealth's open meeting law, Commonwealth's public records law, Commonwealth's public records retention schedules, the Commonwealth's coalition of interest law, copyright law, campaign and political finance laws and rules, e-discovery laws and policies, and the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, HIPAA. Kind of what I was saying. All these things are already kind of in place, which govern how employees can use social media. Because the Commonwealth's public record law, public records retention schedules, and e-discovery laws and policies apply to social media content, such content must be capable of being managed, stored, and retrieved in a manner that complies with the same. Further, once such content is posted on a social media platform, it must stay posted unless it is removed for one of the reasons set forth in subsection H below, or unless it is modified to fix spelling, grammar, or other clerical errors. The town will keep a record of all such modifications. That's, I mean, realistically, if I go over to the library right now and say, hey, have you guys kept track of every single change to every single posting you've ever made? They're gonna,
But melt the snow on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, okay, keep reading. Town social media accounts must clearly indicate that any content posted or submitted is subject to public disclosure,
Disclosure,
not discourse.
but I know what's on your mind.
Oh my gosh. Town social media accounts must include an introductory statement which clearly specifies the purpose and scope of the account. Town social media accounts must indicate to users that the site is subject to the third-party platform's terms of service. Furthermore, each town social media account must indicate that the social media platform may collect personal information through the use of such platform, that this personal information may be disseminated by the same, and that such dissemination may not be governed by limited by any state, federal, or local law, regulation, or policy applicable to the town. F, all town social media accounts must clearly indicate that they are maintained by the town and must have the town contact information prominently displayed, and if possible, the town seal. G, town social media accounts include a link to the town official's website. H, the town will remove the following content from its social media account: content that is not related to the town, content found by a court of law to be defamatory, true threats, sexually explicit content made to appeal to prudent interests or links to the same, content that is illegal, including posting confidential and or personal information that is protected by law, content that incites imminent lawless conduct, content that inhibits the town's ability to serve its residents and the public, and content that violates the legal ownership interests of another party. Copyright violation. Town social media accounts are prohibited from endorsing town vendors, suppliers, clients, citizens, employees, or other stakeholders, including without limitation political candidates, family, or friends. Use of town social media accounts must be by town employees when acting in their official role. A, posting content to or responding to a post on town social media accounts is prohibited unless prior written authorization to do so is received by the account administrator. So
there's only one person who posts. So you have to.
Is that how it
authorize
works in practice right now?
Yeah, I mean, smaller towns, yeah, it'd be one person. In bigger towns, there might be two people because perhaps.
Is that how it's working for police, fire, and all them?
Yeah.
Hand up again?
Yeah. What, just real quick, I know that Civic Plus has social media archiving, and I'm sure all of the others do as well. So you don't have to like sit there and screenshot or make posts necessarily. With like everything, I'm sure there's a cost for it, but just FYI, know that. So you don't have to necessarily keep track of it. They will when you make a change or an edit. And I believe I don't know, I think our previous web contract was unlimited archiving, so that might just be a flip of the switch.
I think that revised,
It's
we
worth
do
asking
have
about.
limited archiving.
Yes, and, okay, I'm really leaving this.
Where was I? B, posting content to town social media accounts for any other reason than official town business is strictly prohibited. Town employees must conduct themselves as a representative of the town and in accordance with all town's rules, regulations, and policies. Town employees must abide by the laws governing copyright and fair use of copyrighted material owned by others. Accordingly, town employees are prohibited from reprinting whole articles or publications without first receiving written permission from the publication owner, and quoting even a short excerpt of someone else's work without acknowledging its source. E, town employees are prohibited from posting legally protected personal information that has been obtained while performing official town duties, including without limitation information that is not public record under the Commonwealth's public record law, or information the dissemination of which is restricted under applicable state or federal laws or regulations, such as HIPAA. Town employees are prohibited from disclosing conversations that occur between town employees outside of open meetings unless authorized to do so by the town administrator. Information about policies, rules, or plans that have not been finalized and officially adopted by the town may not be posted unless the town administrator explicitly approves said posting. When town employees respond to a post on a town social media account, they must do so professionally and respectfully, no matter how provocative, cruel, profane, vulgar, uncouth, disrespectful, or insulting such post may be. If a post employee is contacted directly by a reporter or any other member of the media, he or she must immediately refer all questions to the town administrator. 6, use of town social media accounts by town employees when acting outside of their official role. A, town employees are prohibited from using their official town title unless they are posting in their official capacity as such. B, when posting content, town employees must use the following disclaimer. This posting is of my own and does not represent the town council's positions or opinions. Are they legally required to do that?
Well, if you're posting on Townsend what's going on, and you are a town employee,
Yeah.
you should put that
Yeah.
disclaimer in there.
But is it, they just have to say,
Exactly
Not
what's here, this
exactly what
policy
there.
is in place.
Yeah, are you gonna get arrested for it? No. But,
just make sure.
I mean, don't quote me on that. Like, I mean, you'd have to say like, you know, I wanna steal Kieran's car and then, you know, like that.
Just posting it. It does not represent.
No, but maybe like if I shared a meeting with no comment, just shared the meeting of such date, whatever. So do I put that on there?
That says you would have to.
Yeah.
I should put this posting is my own and does not represent the town of Townsend position or opinions, yet the meeting is there for you to look at. Okay, all right. I don't have a problem with that.
I think this policy needs a little work, but I'm gonna keep going. Use of personal social media accounts by town employees. Town employees are personally and professionally responsible for the content they post. Town employees must conduct themselves so that a reader would not think that the employee is speaking on the behalf of the town. But personal views or comments must not be attributed to the town or the town employee's job duties. Okay. Town employees are prohibited from posting confidential information related to town business to any extent social media or to any external social media account, including without limitation, personal employee information, safety plans and security procedures, HIPAA protected information, or internal investigations. D, town employees are prohibited from publishing content that inhibits the town's ability to serve its residents and the public. E, town employees are prohibited from posting town logos or trademarks or photographs of town employees in uniform unless the same is protected by law. 8, use of town or personal social media accounts by members of town public bodies under the open meeting law. A member of a town public body, members are permitted to use own personal town social media account. Members of a town public body, members are permitted to use personal town social media accounts to communicate with their constituents on matter of public concern. So that's a town, a personal town social account. That's like select board member Val account.
Yeah.
I could make that account.
Yeah.
Is what this is saying. And I could say, hey, we were talking about the town social media policy. Go to YouTube at 3 hours in.
Yeah, to learn more.
Basically, that's what this says. Okay, cool. Members are prohibited from using their personal or town social media account to communicate directly with the quorum, simple majority of their public body on a matter within the public body's jurisdiction. Such communication may include, without limitation, friending or following members of your public body, messaging or responding to a comment or post by members of your public body, and 3, posting or commenting on a town matter. Violations. Town employees who violate this policy will be subject to discipline up to and including termination from employment. In addition, social media account users will be personally liable for any losses, costs, or damages incurred by the town that are related to violations of this policy. Illegal use of town or personal social media accounts may result in referral to a municipal, state, and/or federal law enforcement authorities. If made aware of a violation of this policy, town employees must report the violation to the town administrator as soon as possible. Retaliation against another for reporting a violation of this policy is strictly prohibited.
So the first reading date's correct, so I'll ask Sabrina to change the page 1 policy 12-25 Townsend social media policy, right? To make that say 1/20/2026.
Yeah, whichever that is, because we had 2 other policies.
Yeah, I'll check those too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this was first reading, but the others are in second and probably third.
Yeah.
So they'll all be in 26. So however you think the order should go,
Yeah, because
but
she
they're
did.
26.
Yeah, she captured 26 here, 26 there. And for the website one, the policy was 11-2025, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
Yeah, I'll ask.
I mean, that might be the number one for 2020,
Yeah.
26.
Yeah,
And then the other two after,
yeah,
as
we'll,
far as
we'll hammer that out.
how the readings are and whatnot.
I
Someone's phone
think
ringing?
it's not mine, it must be in
I
there.
don't know, she left.
I do hear it though.
Yeah, I hear it
Oh,
too.
it's not mine.
Or
turned it
I
off.
think it's the town phone.
Oh, maybe.
The 1700. I think that one of the things that's important in here is 5H. If a town employee is contacted directly by a reporter or any other member of the
Yeah.
media, he or she must immediately refer all questions to the town administrator. That's in one of the policies. And that we need to have that.
It's an important one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and remembering that this is updated policy of two existing policies.
Right.
So may not be perfect,
Yeah.
but, it needs to be updated, and I still think we need to be able to have something.
Oh,
public.
that's fine. I
I
there's
think
a
we
couple
should
things.
look at who it applies to. Does it apply to volunteers?
Yeah, and because it doesn't say that in the beginning, but
If
then it
you're
says, it
appointed-
refers to it later on.
Yeah.
If you're
There's just a
appointed or
whole section about
elected,
it.
I think it should be. There's a whole section on appointed and
Mhm.
elected.
I mean, yeah, that's by town, that's section 8.
Which one?
Members of town public body.
Yep.
Oh,
And so that kind of refutes the first part, which is,
Who it applies to, I think.
this policy applies to all town employees.
Yeah.
And then every volunteer is gonna think they're an employee.
But they are.
They
just
are.
don't get paid.
They just don't get paid.
Yeah.
That's what we're considered.
Yeah,
For personnel policy.
yeah.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
no problem.
And we are now
Oh, yeah, I think that before we go to 5.9, we should go into the executive session for 7.2. We can discuss 7:10, but,
at.
I mean, 5:10.
5:10, okay.
what is the purpose of the 7.2 executive session otherwise? I thought it was to discuss the vote for 5.9.
Mm-hmm.
That's up to you. I don't know.
That's
That's
what
the
I thought
fire
it was
union.
for, and I don't know if we have, anyway.
Because there was
so-
questions relating to that.
Yes, so, and we may
Do you
not
want
have
the chair
answers
to move
today.
to 7.2?
I would like to move to skip over 5.9 for now.
Do you want
And,
to complete the rest of the agenda and then come back in general after?
I think that we do want to return to open session after the executive session.
Okay, so,
So let's
I
skip 5.9 for now.
and 5:10.
No, 5:10, we can vote.
I had a note not to do it.
Oh, wait. I thought that was a surplus.
Yeah, that's just the
That's the
surplus.
So the motion is kind of funky. I don't know.
I can make the
The
motion for 5:10.
motion
Don't worry,
For
I got it.
5:10,
I
it
got
looks like the motion for 5.9.
I got it.
Got none.
We're good.
So, okay.
Let me do 5:10.
Sure. Skipping 5.9
For now.
for 9.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
I moved to surplus, this is basically the action that we need to take, and so. Let's go back there. I moved that the, select board surplus the fire truck E1 truck retired engine number 3 from 2002.
Is that the only thing?
It's just that one. It's kind of a big item, so
I thought it was, I thought there were two things going to surplus.
I only know about one.
Yeah, I have
Okay,
one as
then you
the-
know more than me.
The truck, yeah.
Is there a second?
Could I hear the motion again?
Sure. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to, sorry, it's confusing here. To surplus Fire EMS Department 2002 Emergency Fire E1 truck retired engine number 3.
Veronica Kell second.
Okay.
And I would like to just read what was in the letter from the fire chief
Okay.
into the record.
Mhm.
So this is from December 9th, 2025, to the Honorable Select Board. The Townsend Fire EMS Department would like to surplus the 2002 Emergency Fire E1 truck retired engine number 3, VIN number 4ENRAAA86210052215. The intention would be to research and attempt to market the truck for the highest value to a retail customer. There are a variety of options to sell fire apparatus online or through other affiliated resources. We will research, advertise, and hope to enter into a purchase and sale agreement, which I will keep my liaison informed of the price prior to executing the sale. It is my understanding that these funds will be returned to the general fund. Thank you, Gary Shepherd, Chief of Department.
But there has to be an actual,
There are different ways to do fire equipment.
There is, yeah.
And so the chief
because it's over
will-
$10,000.
Right.
Anticipated. Yeah.
And so the chief will work with the TA to get the best price for the town
Yeah.
that is possible.
And following whatever
Within
procurement
the-
procedures we have to do.
Within
Within,
the
there needs to be a
procurement
bidding
procedures.
process.
So, but that's different from other types of
Yeah.
RFPs.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, so I would just say that the fire chief will work with the TA to,
Get the highest and best.
for the town.
And whatever official
Correct.
processes that has to go through.
Yeah, and he'll know them because he's been down the path before, so he's
Correct.
likely gonna revisit some channels he's been through before and see what the best number we can get. Share it with me, and then,
As long as we follow whatever procedures. need to be
yep, as
followed.
long as all the procedures are,
If
dot the
there's a
i's,
bidding.
cross the t's, and,
It doesn't mean that it has to go to a certain place where other equipment might.
right,
So
just has to go through the
just
process.
realize that.
Yeah. And
So, okay.
So what is the first part of that motion?
It was just,
It was a little jumbled up by,
That should have
Oh,
gone
it's
to
not,
by
it's not
5.9.
supposed to be there.
yeah,
Should have
'cause there
gone
was, yeah,
5.9.
like there was a typo there,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
All right, that part goes with about.
And then are you anticipating I'll come back to say we have a bid for $1?
And it would have to be accepted
And it's gotta be
by
accepted
the
by
whole
this group, that, all right, cool,
board.
that's
That's
what I was
what I
thinking too,
expect.
so, yeah.
I mean, I, from this and a discussion, I expected he would come to me and say, we
As the
have this
liaison,
is the
maybe.
number.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean,
Yeah.
I don't approve it,
yeah, you can't
it's
rubber
the
stamp it,
board
yeah, it's the group,
approves it,
Yeah.
so.
because someone could say, here's $11,000 for your truck, and,
And it could, I mean, I'm sure he'll tell me that as the liaison, just like, FinCom might tell you something.
right,
But it still comes to the board.
Mhm.
So,
because you guys will sign the purchase and sale agreement
That is
in
correct.
session,
that is correct. It won't
or
just
the chair
be-
may sign.
Right.
Excellent.
So,
as long as we
Okay.
follow whatever procurement procedures we have to follow for it.
So you guys, yeah, you
but
made the
I
motion,
think
voted.
that, I think we all received after the last meeting a missive from a
Which is why
town
it has to be
person.
surplus,
And I don't think it has to be done exactly the way that is stated.
but it does have to be surplus. by us.
It does have to be
We
voted
need
to
to
be
vote it.
surplus.
We didn't vote on it yet.
We did, right, we have to take a vote, but it does need to be surplus.
Right.
And
So the motion
then,
still stands?
yes,
Was there a second?
yes, I seconded it,
Veronica, second?
Yeah. Is the
So-
discussion over?
yeah.
Roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We are now on to work session 6.1, Town Administrator's Report.
I like to report.
Love it.
by the way.
You probably don't like me after my social media rambling,
No,
so
it's fine.
but I
Doesn't
appreciate
matter, we can ignore certain things.
My mom says that about me too. She's like, Karen, I'm just gonna ignore sometimes some of the stuff you say. So thank you for letting me serve as your interim town administrator. Only a few days in, but I've been sort of working, prior to the holidays and such. And looking forward to working with you guys. Had a nice department head meeting today, just to sort of reintroduce myself to those folks. Shared some donuts and water with them. I think people like that, and just like your candy, people like candy too. So I have a little basket of candy going to my office. Very high level. I said, I do need your monthly reports. I'm gonna, work with Sabrina to have them all, available. One department head had asked, can I see other departments' monthly reports? I thought that was actually a nice ask, to be honest.
I thought we used to be able to do that,
Yeah.
like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All the reports were put in a shared place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'd like to
It should be
revisit that
posted.
policy if there's some type of stopgap, reopen the door, if you will. In different groups, we'll put in different levels of detail because it helps keep them accountable. Each month, this is what I've done. So I'm going to revisit that. I did tell people or asked folks to say, make sure you send your budgets in. At very high level said it's a challenging budget year ahead, but kept it really dry, to be honest, just so there wasn't any, weed growing type questions, if you will. So hopefully we'll keep trucking along there. Over the next few weeks, I'm going to try to meet with every department head in their zone. So I'm going to the library tomorrow. I'm going to go downstairs and sit with the assessor, the treasurer, visit with the police chief, connect with the fire chief and such, I think that means something to folks. And I think that's a good practice. And if I'm still waiting on their budget or I have questions about their budget, I may start to sort of understand some of that. But overall, been pretty positive. I haven't caught up with the schools yet, but I'm on an email thread with that Nelson introduced me on, but I just haven't had a chance to follow up with them.
We have, I'll connect with you on that
Okay.
because we have a meeting coming up.
Yeah.
And I'll just update you on where we are. And actually, I just had,
Yeah.
And then we can talk about.
Yeah.
Regards to budget.
Yeah. In general, it's really.
I do have one update, so
In general, it's just understanding what's working well for each department. Any urgent needs. I think of our folks in highway. We seem to be getting snow. Even the 1 to 2 inches is resulting in some work to be done.
and ice.
And the ice, and just sort of understanding what's coming up or what's the plan if the budget looks like it's going to be sunk by routinely having the shovel and salt and put down stuff to treat the roads. But hopefully I'll be able to work with them for a future budget exercise for a reduction, in numbers to sort of see where we go from there. And I'm going to remind them that I'd like to be their primary point of contact. I know there's some deep, loyalty to some of the folks in different groups, but I'd like me to be the voice that they yell at. And I'll disseminate that information to you guys, especially, and then our finance committee, conservation, planning board and such. So, it's one message that's consistent. It might be a lofty goal in the short term, but hopefully that can sort of set that groundwork to keep, things moving forward positively. Otherwise, for an external partner coordination, I have a meeting with CBIZ tomorrow. I've met once with Guardian while Nelson was still here, but I'm going to meet with them again. Had a short conversation with town council today, but I'm going to have a longer chat with him on Thursday for about an hour. He's like, I want to get you up to speed on things. And he's like, I also want to hear what your burning issues are. Thinking of town council, he goes, you guys are actually doing okay budget wise. So that might be refreshing to hear, which isn't a bad thing. And sort of go from there. I know as part of my responsibilities is some grant work. So I'm going to close out the PRC, which is the Parkland Acquisition Recreation Group. And that's for the $100,000 for Kids Country. Mass Trails for the South Harbor work. We've received the money from the state, but Mass DOT has an outstanding punch list. And that's between our engineer GPI and then also our highway group. So I'm going to touch base with Townsend Highway to see where that's at. some of the work that Mass DOT was looking for was pretty substantial, and GPI was going to kind of try to broker a deal with them, if you will, because it would involve ripping apart work that's already been done.
Huh.
And some of it was because of the way the curbing lays on the Cherry Hill side and the way it runs, and that wasn't part of the original scope of work, but it is not compliant with Mass DOT standards. So a little bit of a sore point, if you will. And GPI has been okay in terms of going back and forth, but I think they sort of have to tell Mass DOT we aren't able to do much more here without really redoing the whole project. But we do have 12 months with the construction company that did the work to revisit some of that if we need to. Just a
On
heads up.
Cherry Hill.
So I think of like it's the
Like-
blue, it's like the Shepherd's landscaping, that garage side. So that curb, if you look at, South Harbor goes up this way, there's that side, this side, the town side.
Who did that?
Bates Construction did the work. They're out of, southeastern Massachusetts. They were the low bid, so.
Well, so they need to
So-
do what they need to do to meet MassDOT's.
GPI has to get them to come back because GPI is the sign off of the engineer. And Townsend Highway will be tasked with holding GPI accountable. As the grant writer, I'm not the project manager. I don't know much about curbing, but Jim Smith is awesome at that stuff. So
Okay.
he said he was going to run with it. So I'm going to just keep following up
I
with
drive it
him.
back there all the time. It is not normal.
Correct.
There's some,
Irregularities.
yes, it doesn't,
Yeah. On the plus side,
That's too bad.
Yeah. it's okay.
we've received the funding. So in that sense, it's the grant's closed out. It's just making sure that the Mass DOT is satisfied with the work. And when I explained that to,
And it shouldn't cost us any more money.
right. And that's what I think GPI is trying to figure out, how to make that a reality. Like, hey, you've already paid the town, you covered the grant, they reimbursed it, they followed all the protocols, and what do you want me to do here with the construction company? And I think that's what they're trying to hash out, so. But that's a slow moving ball. That one doesn't get answered quickly. It's because it's, 4 or 5 levels of communication, but I try to do a monthly, every few weeks check in with Highway to say, how's things going? We're also working with GPI for the Brookline Street project. So they know that they have to sort of do right by the project, if you will. So, I think
Who is GPI?
that, I don't know what the acronym, it's just they're the design and engineering group. It's like Greenman Peterson Incorporated, I think, something like that. Otherwise I'm gonna work with our facilities group to get air sensors installed on this building, the senior center library, highway garage, and potentially the fire department for monitoring air in town. It's kind of cool. It was totally free, except
This room would be a great place to start.
well, it's actually got an exterior of the buildings, but it's really to monitor the air quality that's going through. And you'd be surprised like how impactful the air quality is to coughing,
Yeah, no
breathing,
kidding.
and especially with all the biking in the area. Like, it'd be nice to know if you shouldn't be out biking because it's heavy smoke inundation from some of the forest fires we get, or something else in the air. You never know. So that should be
I
something
thought
we
I
can.
get that on my phone,
You might,
air quality.
yeah.
And you
On
might
the
actually
weather-
use
on the
those
weather.
kind of
You're probably
sensors
using
here.
you're probably using the air purple sensor resources, because there are others on the edge of town in Pepperell. that
But often
report-
we're getting details from Fitchburg,
You could be getting for Fitchburg too.
so we don't actually get it from Townsend, so if that's,
Yeah, and
Everybody
Fort
get-
Evans, some of the air stuff comes over this way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, quickly looking at, we do start our compact fiber phase 2 construction for the phase 2 project that's being done by contract, and the highway department for running fiber optics up to the recycling center. That's a nice grant. It's not very expensive for us. It's only about $5,000 in the town for 115 or so covered by the grant. And I'll be working with a highway group to they're going to use our highway area as sort of a station to set up some of the fiber optics and everything. We also received a grant for $70,000 to install exterior Wi-Fi at this building, the senior center library,
That's great.
and also create like a pod station in this building so someone could take a call and talk to their vet about maybe the dog, broke their leg and they need to have a private moment conversation, because I think that's kind of tough in this building. Sometimes people have personal calls, or I could talk to someone and they could yell and scream at me on the phone, and Sabrina or whoever's sitting over here wouldn't have to hear it. So that's sort of a reality that a lot of offices and schools are doing these days. And
Cool grant.
we got that one for free. Last but not least, we have a tree planting grant that we submitted for that we've gotten a positive read on for Old Meeting House Park. The conservation group had a timber plan there that I think has begun to remove red pine scale infestation at the park. It's about 10 acres of trees that's going to come down, and it's going to create kind of an eyesore over there. So there's a potential that we get this grant to replant it with pollination type products that are more natural and native to the area, and then also use it as a learning station. So they would put some signage in there so that you could bring a Boy Scout group over there to tell them about the pollinators. So a little education background to it. So hopefully we get some good notifications on that grant in the future. So otherwise, just keep letting me know how else I can help you guys be successful, and working with our friends in different departments and different groups to do that. So.
And just to clarify, you are going to be doing a budget reduction exercise.
Yeah.
Correct.
For everybody who didn't count that, and asking for what 10% will look like.
10% based on the department head. I'm not asking for anything other than, can you share with me what 10% less looks like? So it's really open-ended. It's up to them.
Because I'm sure we'll be talking about that as liaisons, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And second clarification, because we do not take any actions on this, the interim town administrator report is, you put whatever you need to put in there.
Yeah. My goal is to at least get some of the materials from our department heads and input some of it here. And otherwise, what I see day to day.
But we're not taking any votes or actions, because I know some people say you discuss a lot of stuff. If we're not discussing, it's a report.
Yeah, this is what I'm experiencing, on behalf of the residents each day.
A written report, which I've asked for months.
In which anybody can
And we
request.
got a written report, and it's public record,
Yeah, I mean, I could put it on the town website.
and you
if
can put it on
wanted.
the website,
It says what's happened.
all the other reports.
Other towns do that?
Yeah, which, I mean, as part of a packet available online wouldn't be bad.
Yep,
So
Tell me about
great
the town
information.
newsletter.
The what?
the town newsletter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a
Oh.
town's newsletter to me would be, so we're gonna have a February town meeting, special town meeting.
Yeah.
I would use, and I would encourage that, because our social media policy is still being worked on, linkage back to that, I would say we create a half sheet piece of paper that says, here's the special town meeting, here's what it's for, please show up. It's information only. Going farther into that, like if you're, whoever your town administrator is in August and they've really got their feet under the ground, creating a quarterly newsletter that talks about, here's what's going on in the building. Here's how many police calls we had in the last quarter. Here's 2 or 3 grants we got in the last quarter. And, here are the concerts going on in your town common over the next 3 weeks, as well as, don't forget to sign up for baseball season this fall. Something to that effect that shares information that's going on in the town. It is written by the town administrator's office. It is approved by the select board for material, and then it's mailed out to every single registered voter in town.
So you're thinking the first one goes out before special town meeting?
I would do that in terms of just encouraging, that one would be like a half sheet.
Okay.
But then the next iteration of it is a 2-page document or a 3-page document.
And when would that one happen?
I would aim for,
Before annual town meeting?
you could do it before annual town meeting. You could say, here's what's on the warrant. Here's what else is going on in town.
When you do the mailer, is it something that can go in the tax bill for the second quarter?
It could.
That's after town meeting though,
Yeah.
usually, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
No? When does it
May
come out?
1st is when it's due, so it has to go out before.
That would be perfect.
You could pick the
30
vehicle that
days
you wanted to
before.
go out. You know, I know
Goes
other,
out in,
It could
would
be
go
2
out in
pages.
April.
Front,
yeah,
back,
front, back.
one page,
Yeah.
but, front, back, so.
Some communities use Neshoba Tech to help print it
mhm.
and organize it. It's just a pre-sorted piece of mail, so you prepay it. And, you know, to someone else's point earlier about like, oh, I didn't see the information. You mailed it to your house. It was on the website. It was on the signs in town.
Did you pay your taxes? Because it was in your tax bill. Yeah.
And, you know, I have some templates for how that can be built out. Simpler the better to start with, and then go from there. Let it grow, and
I think it's a great
I
idea.
do too.
and it has nothing to do with like, you know, John Doe's plumbing company. None of that's mentioned. It's
Yeah.
just factual information. You get a little blurb from your school. You get a blurb from, you know, you could feature a town department each month. You could come up with a lot of different ways to jazz it up. So,
Okay, I like the idea.
and you know, I would, looking at your budget, you've done pretty well spending. This might be a communication type item that's gets you a pretty positive response.
Mhm.
You could post board vacancies in there,
Yeah.
things like that.
Definitely would always have that.
Always have that. I mean, you could even empower you could pick a department if you don't want your town administrator to do it, to be the leader of it. Who gets the most foot traffic each quarter? I mean, you could really think about how you want to bake out this plan.
I mean, I think you can say something about all the departments and what they do. Land use or building.
Yeah.
Process of what you
Yeah.
need to, or even just for them to put out their link.
Yeah.
To say, if you're looking to do this.
Yeah. Or, you know, did you know the town has a new fire truck? Here's it's a big accomplishment for a town to get these really high-end pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
Sometimes
it
people
is.
have no idea.
I know.
You know, and it's kind of a
No idea
shame.
how lucky they
Usually,
are.
people have no idea,
Yeah, sometimes.
based on my neighbors.
And
Yeah.
we have a lot of new equipment coming in. I mean, between the highway department and
Yeah.
fire, we do.
Or like, you know, the water department worked
Even
hard
water.
earlier to bring the rates down. I mean, the rate increases, you know, a penny, whatever it was, a penny, something like that.
Less than a penny.
That's
per
pretty
ton.
effective, you know, like they ought to be, you know, receive a little pat on the back for that.
When I saw the first, presentation and it was higher. And so with a lot of discussion and a lot of reworking,
Oh,
they came
and
down.
water, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did a good job. They really did.
So, and that's, you know, a tool that if it is the town administrator's office that you guys feel is the best one to do it, I think there'll be positive payback for that. Compared to, you know, other things that office does day to day, like that one is really, it's useful. So,
So on the agenda, it talks about all of your plans, and so I would say that was in your report.
Mhm.
I didn't see, or maybe you mentioned about the dam, Adams Dam.
yep, not in this report, but the Adams Dam is a non.
Issue.
Well, it's a grant we've gotten from the DER to study the dam in terms of what's the plan for it. It's, you know, there is a program that will evaluate dams at no cost to the town, work with your conservation agent and public groups to understand what's gone on, why it's here, is it man-made, is it natural, and then give the town ideas on next steps and recommendations from the DER, Department of Environmental Regulation perspective from the state. If you get to the point where you wanted to move forward with it, you could apply for more grants to remove it, or you could just leave it alone. No obligation whatsoever.
Okay, so this is only a study
Completely a study
to analyze.
to analyze. Yep. And I know there's a letter from
Yeah,
one of the groups in town that
Parks and Cemetery.
felt
Yeah.
strongly about keeping it, and I totally appreciate that. They're going to get a great opportunity to work with our conservation agent, who's going to be really, you know, hand in hand with DER to understand the value to the public, and let DER put that as part of their equation for giving the report back to the town.
yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. I think he was also already talking to MRPC about future available funds, depending on what the outcome is.
Yeah.
Of the analysis, so.
Do you mean the conservation agent?
Yeah, he was on one of the meetings that I was on.
Yeah.
Okay. Board liaison reports. Anything, Veronica?
I don't, not this week, probably in another, probably the first week of February.
Okay.
Is-
Did you say you had an update on the school? Or
We're
finance?
kind of, school is still working through their budget. And I don't have any specific things I think that I want to talk about at this point in time. I think
Okay.
Karen and I need to get together and talk about, I mean, you can ask questions as to what I know or don't know so far, but I've been,
Usually the schools do a presentation to
yes,
all
that
FinComs and
is, that is in
Selectboard.
February.
Do we have a date on that? I just
Let me,
want to get that on the books.
Yep.
Because I know that FinCom and the Selectboard last year, we attended here on Zoom.
So
It
that
was snowing that
is-
night. That I remember.
It's on the 9th,
The
the
night-
budget hearing?
Yes. That's a Monday?
Yes.
Do you know
and
if you have a time?
Let me double check on that. But Karen, our next budget meeting is the 21st
Yes.
at 10, usually at the high school. But so we'll catch up before then with what, like, just has been going on
Mhm.
and some questions we have. I mean, there's some questions outstanding about, just I'll give a brief overview, is Townsend's calculated percentage, our assessment for this year. It looks to be going up partly because a little less from Ashby,
Mhm.
because of stuff that happened last year, and also because we're attending more at Squanicook,
Okay.
because that was just pre-K, and now it's pre-K, K through 2. So that changes kind of our share of the debt and everything, because that school has more of that. So that's kind of some of the pieces that are up in the air, but then the rest of it's, I mean, they're still waiting for state information and numbers, and so they don't want to, the school committee hasn't voted on anything yet, so I don't feel comfortable saying this is what's coming forward.
Yeah.
But that's coming for them in January, so.
In general, in the region, schools are seeing an increase. Just put your seatbelt on.
Yep.
Why
So
is it
what-
any different than any other year?
That's exactly it, 100%.
So we don't have anywhere else to go fund-wise. I think we have to start looking at the organization chart.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, we don't have enough people to plow. Highway department is down, 2 people? But we have people at cemetery and parks. Why aren't we using them to help plow the roads? That's the DPW idea, have this group of people who work across all these areas.
Yeah.
At least that's in my
I think
mind and
you'll
what I
get some
saw
of the
from
heart of that
BLS.
if you're having those discussions with the department heads on
Yeah,
what that would look like.
it's a great way for me to sort of connect with those folks and say, hey, we're putting all the ideas on the table. Again, let's do this
Or
exercise
even the
and,
water department.
and sort of go
They
from there.
haven't
So-
met.
And my last thing about the school I'll say is I think based on the last, and again, don't quote me on this because they haven't voted on yet. This is just the initial discussions we're having, is that the assessment's probably going to be the hardest to come forward by Townsend for this year. It looks like Pepperell and Ashby, just the way the percentages work out, will probably be closer to 3% and we'll be above that. So it's important for us to recognize that they likely, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Townsend and Pepperell, Ashby and Pepperell, but they are more likely to be able to accomplish that in their budget. So
And we
if
won't.
we are, but if 2 towns pass it, we will have to,
Get an
based on the
override.
regional agreement. So we should just have, I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen, but we should just be aware that if we're the one that's a little off, we'll have to, because Pepperell and Ashby, it looks like will be closer to the 3% and likely more able to accomplish it within their budget.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they will, I'm just putting my thoughts out there at the
I'm
moment.
pretty sure we can't.
No, because I think ours is gonna be closer to 4. It may change. It may
It
go
was
down a lot.
over for the last I
Yeah.
heard. And
That's TBD, so.
and I know that what we're gonna hear is, oh, the fire department got this money that was released and they being the select board, should just use that money to fund the fire department budget. And I don't think it's that simple any more than it's as
It's
simple as the
Ties.
school going and getting more funding, which they got.
They got,
After all of our assessments had already been set, and that wasn't distributed to us. I mean,
It's not unique for any other community. And
No, it's not.
We're all trying to figure out these challenging, limitations in Chapter 70 funding and the State House and all this stuff, so.
but even if it does come in for the schools, it's unlikely that it's gonna be distributed to the towns. And so I can just hear oh yeah, well, Townsend got this, whatever it was,
Mhm.
360K. Groton got $1 million, we got 360K, and
Yeah.
we can just put that right on there, and you can't, it's not that simple.
Yeah, there's more to it.
And so any more than the schools could just put it on us,
Right.
So I just think that people need to be aware that overrides are a thing. And if we don't get the override, snow-covered roads are a thing. I hate to say that, but I don't know how you do it otherwise.
Yeah, maybe we can look for that 20th, the 120 meeting as I'll check with some other TAs in the area, especially Ashby and Pepperell. Like, how are you guys doing it? Like, your number might be closer, but what are your plans if it's not?
And I think the discussion at that school meeting too.
Yeah.
Because they're all there. So it's all the TAs, like remember, FinCom has been coming. I invited, so Kathy and Jerry from FinCom have been coming to those school budget meetings too. So they have a sense of what's going on.
Do they?
Yeah. So they've been there at those meetings.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
So, and that's been good. I think for them to be hearing what the school is saying, because that helps for.
Yeah, we did
meetings.
TRICOM meetings in my other community where it was, we had one night where it was like, ask us anything. And like the school budget was up and the town budgets were up. Each TA did a presentation about this is our budget. The school committee did their presentation and it was no questions off limits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did that last year in
was
January.
Yeah.
And it didn't, at the high school,
Yeah.
each of the TAs presented, everybody knew what it was. It really, in the end, didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sounding like Debbie Downer, but it's what it is.
Gonna have more Skittles.
I am. Absolutely.
Well, we'll get there. I'll be with you at that meeting and, I'll still catch up with a couple other TAs in the area and
The superintendent's great. He'll give you any information you need and stuff.
Yeah. And I'll ask, Dunstable passed their override last year and I can see what it means, but already that town is, they know this, there's 600K in the red for this coming year.
Yeah.
About what we are.
Yeah. In a much smaller town with smaller budget with less resources.
And a lot of that is health insurance.
A big part.
Part of it.
Part of it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
TBD. To be continued, I mean.
All right, the only thing I had was the DLT Economic Development Project Report was completed. And doesn't mean that we couldn't make any changes or add anything to it. Did anybody?
I thought it looked pretty good from what I saw, so I didn't add anything.
Okay.
I did too.
Yeah, the only feedback I gave Beth was that we thought it looked good and please, and I think
The
MRPC.
original one, not the one that they've gotten.
Right, take off the names
Yeah.
was the real, thing. But the charts were useful and I thought it'd be a great product to be put online.
Yeah,
Well, if we had a Facebook page,
it could be there, yes.
Open
All right,
comments.
we'll see what 6.3 announcements. Do you have any?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well,
I'll double check, make sure nothing is added.
You typically,
do
I
the
don't,
vacancies,
I didn't see a lot down
vacancies. and
So
there's-
current board and committee vacancies, we have Agricultural Commission, Board of Water Commissioners. Important. Anybody volunteer? Capital Planning Committee, again. I think there's two. I just looked
there.
online.
The capital planning,
There's two. I just looked online.
but It's HDC, it has to be appointed by committees, not by us.
Yeah, it's HDC,
And,
Housing Authority.
and, Conservation Commission. I thought it was 3 openings.
I'll clarify that and just note them, because I looked online a minute ago, but, Commission on Disability, Community Preservation Committee, we talked about that.
Mhm.
But Community Preservation is boards, we already filled the open slots.
Correct.
The Community Preservation is
What
the
was the
boards.
other one then? I thought that's
Capital
what we were
planning.
talking, capital planning.
Yeah, now you can
Okay.
check with
There's,
the
yes,
moderator.
there are.
There are two
that
on
one.
moderator.
capital
Yeah.
planning.
Yes, there are.
Yeah,
And
that's in my
then, so,
notes.
Yeah.
for clarification, there's 2 on capital planning, I just checked the website. And then community preservation is 2, there's boards.
3 boards.
That's still
yeah.
not us or open. Conservation has a vacancy, Energy Committee, Historic District Commission.
No, Historic District Commission is full.
Yep, Kathleen was the
Yeah, that-
second
And
alternate.
there's
Done
7
today.
members now.
There's 7 members and 2 alternates.
Yep, good to go.
Housing Authority, Kids Country Playground, Recycling Committee, Town Properties Committee, West Townsend Reading Room Committee.
Yeah.
Zoning Board of Appeals, vacancy for a full member to 2030, a full member to 2028, and an associate member.
Yeah,
And
we
how-
need 3 members on zoning.
Housing Authority will
Thank
be filled next week with Irene's.
But
That'll
that's
come.
only the 3, and then there's a
There's-
4th, has to be someone that lives in,
Yeah,
Atwood Acres
and the
or
state
Townsend
rep.
Woods,
Oh, all right.
and the 5th is the state rep, which there's an application process for that.
Okay,
So there are 2 more members. They can meet, they have a quorum,
quorum is 3,
Yeah.
so,
is 3,
Yeah.
but they still need 2 members. So,
okay.
And then the last one was the
resignation,
resignation of Melissa Struthers to the Cable Advisory Committee.
which has been disbanded. Yep, so, okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Our next meeting is January 20th. And I'm thinking we should start early again this weekend.
There was some staff during the department head meeting today, were kind of curious to come to a meeting. If you wanted to do like an earlier one, so that if there was a
Earlier
staff,
than 3?
yeah, I don't know your guys' schedules, but,
I would prefer not to do earlier than 3.
okay.
I mean, if they're here till 4, they can certainly come in.
Yeah, every now and then, communities will do like an early morning meeting. I know it stinks for late risers, but, sometimes you get different folks who are different shifts and things. Don't have to make that decision
We
today.
have had earlier meetings.
Yeah, and no one comes.
No, they're usually for a purpose.
Okay.
I mean, but
It was
Like
just, it was an
once a quarter.
interesting,
we can
yeah,
think about it.
it was an interesting department.
Once a quarter
Yeah, they're like,
doing,
hey,
Yeah,
can you do-
I would.
once a quarter.
Yeah, well, we can think about that. So, but I think we should start at 3,
Okay.
the way the agenda is looking.
And I think Adam will have an update for us for that meeting.
Yeah.
And he will be available, I'll email you when he's available that day, because he mentioned it. He was gonna check the schedule again. So TBD on that, but he may be at the start of that meeting or at the tail end.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
We accommodate whenever he can.
yeah, I
so
figured.
That works. 6.5, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
Veronica Kell, second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffern, aye. Okay, so, 7.1. Actually,
We need
should I
to do,
just do all 3 and then come back to general?
and, and
Or do 7.2, come back.
Or
and
do you
go
want
back
to do 7.2 and come back and then
And so then we
finish
don't
and
have
then
everybody
the other
waiting.
2?
forever?
Mhm.
we could do that, but I still, on 7.1, we might need to come back to open session.
For which item?
7.1,
I mean, but which open meeting?
there's
session?
not an item there, but if we take a vote in the executive session, we might want to come back to, depending on the result of the executive session, we
Would that
might
have to
want
be
to
a
come back to
separate
vote.
agenda item on our next meeting?
Well, there's a question, because I've never done it that way. Anytime we're looking at a union contract,
Mhm.
Okay.
and anytime I've ever done that, we've come out of executive session, voted, and then moved on, and it wasn't on the agenda. I can guarantee you that.
I believe you.
That's the way it's always
Oh,
worked.
I understand that. We've done that.
Yeah.
Come out of executive and then have the vote.
And
And it's not necessarily on the agenda when you're out of executive,
because
but you're gonna vote on what you just did.
right.
And the
you
public
have to
knows
explain.
that.
What you're voting on.
In what respect? Define, explain.
Well, I'm just curious as to,
That
newcomer.
the explanation would be to accept the contract.
Okay,
Mhm.
but so then the contract would then be public.
How does that work? Because it also has to be accepted by the police union. And I don't know when they're voting.
They were voting today, I believe.
Today.
Yeah, but I don't know the results of the vote.
Yeah, I don't either. And they,
The chief didn't give me the results either, having chatted with him for a little bit today.
I talked to him this morning. They hadn't voted yet.
Yeah, so,
And then we had a 3:00 meeting, so
yeah,
anyway,
would it be we vote pending ratification by the collective bargaining
yes,
agreement? That
yeah,
would be the motion.
yeah.
We vote to approve pending approval by the collective bargaining.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I'm properly voting in and out of session what can and can't be released.
And yeah, their copy of the contract's not available. It would be available to the public once it's been ratified by your collective bargaining agreement.
Right, it has to be voted by us and it has to be voted by them.
Yeah.
And we don't vote it in a joint meeting.
No, that's fine.
So,
I look forward to learning the details so I can vote on it, but executive session. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
okay. So we should, we can go into 7.2, come out and do the other, and then go into 7.1, come out and do the other, or we can do it in order. We're doing all three, correct?
Yes.
All right. So
It's up to you, Lori.
let's just do 7.1, come out, 7.2.
And not return.
Well, 7.2, we have to
Have to come
return.
back.
Oh, that's right, to vote on that MOU. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I, Laura Schifrin, move to enter into executive session and return to open session pursuant to Open Meeting Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body and the chair so declares. Fire union.
Are you doing fire union?
Yeah, I'm doing 7.1.
That's
That's
7.2.
police union.
Oh, shoot.
You read 7.1, you said fire, but you meant police.
Yes.
Okay, so we're doing 7.1 police union. Veronica Cal second.
I got you.
Okay. And I, the chair, Laura Schifrin, so declares. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye at 7:58.
IT Cam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are back into the select board. We are reconvening our January 6th meeting after executive 7.1 regarding the police union. Roll call
Veronica Cal present.
Valerie Goodrich, present.
and Laura Schifrin present. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is. I, Valerie Goodrich, move that the select board accept this memorandum of agreement, set forth the material terms of a one-year agreement between the town of Townsend, town, and the AFSCME Council 93 Local 3470 Police Union, covering the period from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, which the parties' negotiating terms have reached in the process of negotiations. This MOU shall be considered off the record until ratified by the union's membership and funded, by town meeting at a February 25th special town meeting using ARPA funds obligated for salaries in general government. The bargaining teams shall sponsor and support such ratification and support the funding.
And we will sign the agreement out of session.
The agreement to be signed out of session.
Veronica Cal, second.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to note that, failing ratification by both the union and the board and funding by town meeting, so all three, we are ratifying today. The MOA shall be deemed void and both parties will be free to return to their prior bargaining positions and it shall not be admissible in any proceeding. So if this is not passed special town meeting, the agreement will be void.
And read the next sentence too.
Unless otherwise specified, all changes will take effect the first full period after July 1st, pay period after July 1st, 2025.
Any further discussion?
No, I seconded it already.
Hearing none, roll call.
Veronica Cal,
Vote.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. And I believe we have a second motion.
Yes, we do. I, Valerie Goodrich, move that the select board accept this memorandum of agreement, MOA, set forth the material terms of a 2-year agreement between the town of Townsend town and the AFSCME Council 93 Local 3470 Police Union, covering the period from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, which the parties' negotiating teams have reached in the process of negotiations. This MOA shall be considered off the record until ratified by the union's membership. Funded by town meeting through a Proposition 2.5 override, then a Proposition 2.5 override is approved by a majority of voters at a town election. The bargaining team shall sponsor and support such ratification and support the funding.
Veronica Cal, second.
Any further discussion?
I would add, failing ratification by both the union, the board, funding by town meeting, and approval of a Proposition 2.5 override by a majority of voters at a town election. We are approving it today for the board. The offer and agreement shall be deemed void and both parties will be free to return to their prior bargaining positions and it shall not be admissible in any proceeding. Unless otherwise specified, all changes will take effect the first full period after July 1st, 2026. So this would be starting next fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. I have nothing further.
Okay, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye.
Nice work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next we would have, do you want to quickly try to do 7.3? Actually, we could do the other two and probably don't have to come back.
It depends on the MOU for fire.
Okay, why don't we go to 7.3 then?
And then we're going to 7.2 from 7.3.
Yeah, how about we do that?
Yeah, let's do
And then we
that.
can come back.
Yeah.
Okay. 7.3, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, namely RFS Corp. Versus Town of Townsend, Middlesex Superior Court docket number 2581CB 02381, where an open meeting law may have detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town, and the chair so declares. Have a second?
Veronica Cal, second.
Should I read the other one and then do that? Okay. I, Laura E. Schifrin, move to enter into executive session and return to open session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And this is the fire union. And there's Laura Schifrin to declare. Do I have a second?
Will we be returning to open
And
session?
we'll return to open session to adjourn from open session.
Veronica Cal, second.
Any discussion? No. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Margaret Cho?
And Laura Schifrin, aye, and it is 8:24 p.m. Hopefully we see you in a little while.
Turn the mic on. You still have yourself muted up there.
Can you guys hear us now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for the late night.
Okay.
Must be a new beginner.
Okay. All right, we are reconvening at 9:37 p.m. The Select Board of January 6th out of executive sessions. Back to general session, and we are at 5.9. Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the MOU for fire department positions EMTA, EMTB, EMTP, and job descriptions as submitted, subject to Labor Council review, to be signed out of session.
Is there a second?
Veronica Cal, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Okay. Any other business?
That's it.
Hearing and seeing none. Motion to adjourn at 9:38 p.m.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Val Chai.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you all very much for hanging in there.